Chapter 34-28. Lu Ming was injured by the Guardian's aura, but his eyes were unyielding. He glared at the Guardian and roared, "The bold ones are openly favoritism and violating the rules." Lu Ming roared fearlessly as he stared at the Guardian. At this moment, he could not back down. The Guardian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to slap Lu Ming to death, but he did not dare to do so. After all, he could not hide the truth from the masses in this world. Guarding Fengyan Mountain was just a mission. He had to listen to someone else's orders. Gradually, the Guardian retracted his aura and revealed a cold smile. "Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I hope you know what's good for you." With that, the Guardian took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and left the place. Phew! Lu Ming let out a long breath and realized that he was drenched in cold sweat. Then, Lu Ming frowned. He did not expect the Guardian of Fengyan Mountain to be a descendant of the barbarian tribe's ancestor. Fortunately, the Guardian could not hide the truth from the masses in this world. There were still enforcers behind him. However, Lu Ming felt that this matter would not end so easily. "Let's go back first and take one step at a time. The Guardian will not dare to interfere in Fengyan Mountain's matters. At most, he will help Manku increase his strength. But as long as my strength continues to increase, there will be nothing to fear." Lu Ming thought for a while before he stepped out and returned to the valley where the Dragon Alliance was. "Alliance leader, we have found the ancient god technique." As soon as he returned, a young man smiled and flew forward. This young man was called Bo Yi. He was one of the 4 young experts who fought against Manku. Later on, he joined Lu Ming and became one of the 2 vice-alliance leaders of the Dragon Alliance. Bo Yi had been in this world for a long time and had a wide network. Therefore, the search for the ancient god technique was left to Bo Yi. "I have found the ancient god technique." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Yes, but the other party wants to meet me personally to negotiate the price," Bo Yi said. "Oh, where is he?" Lu Ming asked. "It's not far away." "Alliance Master, follow me." With that, Bo Yi flew off in a certain direction with Lu Ming following closely behind. Along the way, Lu Ming found out that the person selling the ancient god tactics was not from the Fengyan Mountain, but from another famous mountain. Not long after, a young man stood on top of a mountain. Fengyan Mountain was extremely huge. It was actually a huge mountain range. On top of it, there were naturally mountains within mountains. There were high mountains, valleys, and lakes. "Then I'll take my leave, Alliance Master." Bo Yi cupped his fists and left. Lu Ming flew up and landed on the mountain peak. "Greetings, Alliance Master Lu." When the young man saw Lu Ming, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother, you don't have to be so polite. I heard that you have the complete ancient god tactics?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right. I have the complete ancient god tactics. I can cultivate all the way to the 9th transformation, the peak of the gold-armored ancient god body," the young man said. Gold-armored ancient god body. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He finally knew what the 9th transformation of the ancient god body was. "Give me a price." Lu Ming went straight to the point and asked for the price. "I need 5,000 primordial divine crystals," the young man said. 5,000. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The price was indeed ridiculously high. How precious were primordial divine crystals? When he was at Breeze Mountain, a person could only condense 1 primordial divine crystal every 10 years. Even on a famous mountain, it was a huge sum. Unless one was the leader of a faction, it would take at least a few thousand years for an ordinary person to condense 5,000 primordial divine crystals. However, Lu Ming had plenty of primordial divine crystals now. He did not care. 5,000 primordial divine crystals is fine. But how do I know if the ancient god body is complete? Or, is it true? Lu Ming said coldly. "That's simple. Just take a look. I believe that with your status, you won't cheat me of the ancient god tactics. The young man smiled, then took out an ancient book and threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out to take the book and saw the words Ancient God Tactics written on the cover. Lu Ming flipped it open. The first page introduced the grades of the ancient god body. Like other primordial divine bodies, the ancient god body was divided into 9 transformations. According to the color of the scales, it was further divided into 9 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, and gold. After the purple-armored ancient god body, it is the silver-armored ancient god body and gold-armored ancient god body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he quickly flipped through it. He did not study it carefully. He just wanted to see if it was real or fake. The first 7 transformations, from the red-armored ancient god body to the purple-armored ancient god body, were exactly the same as Lu Ming's. Lu Ming flipped to the silver-armored ancient god body and gold-armored ancient god body. With Lu Ming's understanding of the ancient god tactics, it was easy for him to tell if it was real or fake. If it was fake, Lu Ming could easily tell. However, after reading it, Lu Ming found that it was real and there was no problem. Okay, I'll take this ancient god tactics. Here are 5,000 primordial divine gems. Lu Ming waved his hand and a storage ring flew out. There were 5,000 primordial divine gems in it. The young man took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Alliance Leader Lu. Goodbye." The young man cupped his fists and left. Soon, the young man came to a secret place in Fengyan Mountain. There was a burly figure sitting cross-legged in this place. If Lu Ming were to see this, he would definitely be shocked. This was because this figure was the guardian of the Wind Cloud Mountain. "Greetings, Guardian." The young man saluted the Guardian. "Is it done?" The Guardian opened his eyes and asked. "It's done." Lu Ming didn't suspect anything. The young man replied. "Very good. I just changed the order slightly. He won't be able to see through it." "Hee, go ahead. This is for sure." The Guardian sneered. He waved his hand and a storage ring flew out. The young man was overjoyed. He saluted and left. "Lu Ming, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." The Guardian sneered. Lu Ming was naturally unaware of all this. He returned to his place of seclusion and took out the ancient god tactics. He studied it carefully. After a few days, he had more or less studied it thoroughly and started cultivating. He had already cultivated the purple-armored ancient god body to the peak. If he went one step further, it would be the silver-armored ancient god body, which was the 8th transformation of the primordial divine body. However, it wasn't easy to cultivate from the 7th transformation to the 8th transformation. It was extremely difficult. Even with the primordial divine gems, it was still the same. He needed time to train and it wasn't something that could be broken through overnight. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only a few people who had reached the 8th transformation among all the sky prides in Fengyan Mountain. For example, the leaders of the forces, Bing Tong, Lu Tianxin, and the others had plenty of primordial divine gems. However, the primordial divine body was stuck and couldn't break through to the 8th transformation. It was obvious how difficult it was to break through. Chapter 34-29. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. In these months, Lu Ming had been comprehending the ancient god tactic and refining the primordial divine crystal. However, he had not made much progress. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. He knew that haste made waste. He needed to slowly grind. At this time, Lu Ming received news that Man Kuo was leading the Man Alliance to attack the Dragon Alliance. They wanted to take over the Dragon Alliance's territory. "Man Kuo, what the hell are you doing?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Man Kuo could not do anything to him. Why would he attack? Lu Ming did not think too much about it. He ended his seclusion and led the Dragon Alliance to fight. Somewhere in the Wind Cloud Mountain, a large number of geniuses were fighting. Man Kuo led a group of people and stood in the air, watching the battle from afar. They're here. Man Ku whispered. His eyes shone as he looked forward. There, a few streams of light were rushing over. In the next moment, a few figures appeared in the sky. These figures were naturally Lu Ming and the others. Man Ku, are you looking for a beating again? Lu Ming shouted coldly when he saw Man Ku. Humph, shameless boasting. You didn't defeat me last time. If not for that metallic life form, I could have killed you with a flip of my hand. Man Ku snorted. If we fight at the same level, I can crush you with a finger. Lu Ming's reply made Man Ku's face turn gloomy. However, he sneered and said, Lu Ming, you want me to fight at the same level? You don't have a chance. However, if you can't make that metallic life form help, I will have a chance. After speaking, Man Ku cupped his fists to a black-robed youth beside him and said, Brother Fong, wait a moment. I'll leave the other party's metallic life form to you. Don't worry. The black-robed youth smiled faintly and stepped forward. Lu Ming could not help but look at the black-robed youth. The most eye-catching thing was the snake wrapped around his arm. It was a metallic snake. Its entire body shone with a metallic luster. It was definitely made of metal and not flesh and blood. Let's see how powerful my gold-devouring demonic snake is. The black-robed young man said coldly. Then, he waved his hand and the metal snake flew out. After flying out, the metal snake madly grew in size until it was tens of thousands of meters long. The giant snake opened its mouth, and a huge mouth appeared. It was like a black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force. Wang. Buzz. At this moment, many of the legendary weapons that were being controlled by the geniuses started vibrating violently. What happened? I can't control my sword. Not good. Those youths cried out in alarm, trying their best to control their divine items. But in the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. Their divine items flew out of their control, flying toward the giant snake's mouth. Then, they all disappeared into the giant snake's mouth. Those who had lost their divine weapons were naturally the prodigies on Lu Ming's side. These people had lost their divine weapons and were shocked. They were careless and were attacked by the people from the Barbarian League. Instantly, more than 10 of them were killed in midair. Retreat! Lu Ming shouted. When his voice rang out, the people from the Dragon League stopped fighting and retreated. Ha ha ha, my gold-devouring demonic snake eats metals. It can even swallow a divine weapon in one gulp. The black-robed young man laughed. It's indeed amazing. It can swallow so many divine weapons in one gulp. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. When Qiuqiu ate divine weapons, it took one bite at a time. But this metal snake had swallowed so many divine weapons in one gulp. Its appetite was really good. Fong Lin, it's Fong Lin. At this moment, Bo Yi, who was beside Lu Ming, shouted. Bo Yi, do you know this person? Lu Ming asked. I've seen him before. Leader, his name is Fong Lin. He's not from the Fengyan Mountain. He's an expert from another famed mountain, the Qi Tong Mountain. Bo Yi said. Qi Tong Mountain? Lu Ming's expression changed. Fong Lin, there are rules in this world. People from different famed mountains can't interfere with each other. He's from the Qi Tong Mountain. How dare he interfere with the matters of the Fengyan Mountain? He has violated the rules. Bo Yi shouted. When did I violate the rules? I'm good friends with Man Ku. What's wrong with helping him? Besides, I didn't do anything to your people. I brought my gold-devouring demonic snake to look for metals to eat. That's not against the rules, right? Fong Lin sneered. You're being unreasonable. I'm going to report you to the Guardian. Bo Yi shouted. Go ahead. What do I have to fear? Fong Lin sneered. His fearless look made Bo Yi's face turn ugly. Bo Yi, there's no need to say anything more. Lu Ming said. This matter was probably approved by the Guardian. Even if he reported it to the Guardian, it would be useless. Lu Ming, let's settle this today. At this moment, Man-Ku shouted and stepped out. His body swelled rapidly as he displayed the barbarian god physique, turning into a 100,000-meter-tall barbarian god. He clenched his fist and a bronze sword appeared. He slashed at Lu Ming. Fight! Lu Ming was fearless. He also displayed the ancient god physique and turned into a 10,000-meter-tall purple-armored ancient god. At the same time, Qiuqiu wriggled rapidly and turned into armor, covering Lu Ming's body. At the same time, Lu Ming's palm wriggled and turned into a huge sword. Lu Ming and Qiuqiu went all out as soon as they struck. Swoosh! The sword slashed out and clashed with Man-Ku. There was a loud sound. Man-Ku's body trembled and he retreated a few steps. Metal life form. It's really a metal life form. What a powerful metal life form. Little snake, devour him. Fang Lin shouted with a greedy look. Hiss, the gigantic snake let out a hissing sound. It twisted its huge body and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, it opened its mouth like a black hole. A powerful suction force shrouded Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming was still fine after being enveloped by this suction force. However, Qiuqiu, who was covering him, began to wriggle rapidly. It seemed to be unable to maintain its armor form and was about to return to its original form. It works. Man-Ku was delighted. Ha ha ha, such a powerful metal life form. Become my little snake's food. The gold-eater demonic snake is the king of metal life forms. Not only can it eat divine artifacts, it can also eat other metal life forms. Fang Lin laughed wildly as if he could see Qiuqiu being eaten. Moreover, after eating Qiuqiu, his gold-eater demonic snake would become stronger. Swoosh! Qiuqiu, who was on Lu Ming's body, wriggled rapidly and turned into a huge ball. It then flew toward the gold-eater demonic snake. Qiuqiu, Lu Ming was shocked. I'm fine. This snake looks delicious. I'm going to eat it. At this moment, Qiuqiu's voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming immediately felt relieved. Man-Ku stopped attacking. He wanted to see Lu Ming's metal life form being eaten and reveal a look of despair. Then, he wanted to suppress Lu Ming and let Lu Ming know the consequences of going against him. Qiuqiu was about to fly into the gold-eater demonic snake's mouth. Chapter 34:30. Qiuqiu quickly flew toward the metal-devouring demonic snake and was about to be swallowed. However, at this moment, the metal-devouring demonic snake's eyes were filled with fear. Its huge body trembled slightly and the suction force in its mouth disappeared instantly. Hiss! Then, the metal-devouring demonic snake let out a few shrieks and turned to run like a mouse seeing a cat. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Just a moment ago, the metal-devouring demonic snake looked like it was going to eat Qiuqiu. Why did it turn and run in the blink of an eye? What was going on? It's too late to run now. Qiuqiu let out a childish voice and rushed out, landing on the metal-devouring demonic snake. It quickly wriggled and turned into a pool of liquid metal, covering the metal-devouring demonic snake's body. The metal-devouring demonic snake struggled madly, but it was useless. In a few breaths, Qiuqiu had completely covered the metal-devouring demonic snake. Then, with a few vibrations, Qiuqiu turned into a huge metal ball and floated in the air. Everyone was dumbfounded. The metal-devouring demonic snake was eaten? Just a moment ago, the metal-devouring demonic snake looked ferocious and wanted to eat Qiuqiu. Who would have thought that it would be eaten by Qiuqiu in the blink of an eye? Qiuqiu moved and flew to Lu Ming's side. It even opened its mouth and burped. King of the metal creatures? That's all you got? Lu Ming said indifferently. Fang Lin's eyes widened and turned blood red. Finally, he roared, my metal-devouring demonic snake. Ah, I want to die. Before he finished his roar, Fang Lin rushed toward Lu Ming and turned into his huge primordial divine body to attack Lu Ming. Primordial divine body 8th transformation. Lu Ming was shocked. This Fang Lin had cultivated the primordial divine body to the 8th transformation. His strength was astonishing. Qiuqiu, Lu Ming's heart moved. Qiuqiu landed on Lu Ming and turned into an armor, covering Lu Ming. The battle sword was formed again. Then, the sword slashed out. Boom! Boom! Fong Lin's god body was shaken hard. He snorted and backed off, spurting blood. So the origin divine power factor has only awakened 3 times. Lu Ming's heart shook. This Fong Lin's god force origin factor had only awakened thrice. His battle prowess was even lower than Man Ku's. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to block Lu Ming's attack. Brat, give me back my gold-devouring demonic snake. Fong Lin roared with bloodshot eyes. They've all been eaten. How are they still alive? Lu Ming said. Then give me the metallic life form, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Fong Lin shouted, his eyes filled with greed. Not only could Qiuqiu eat his gold-devouring demonic snake, but it also had such powerful combat strength. Is he an idiot? Now that you've lost to me, even if you want to let it go, I don't want to. Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped forward and attacked Fong Lin. Lu Ming, if you dare to touch me, I, Qi Tongshan, will not let you off. Fong Lin's expression changed, and he began to threaten him. Idiot. Lu Ming said coldly. He slashed out with his sword, and a mighty sword light slashed toward Fong Lin. Fong Lin was shocked and frantically retreated. At the same time, Man Ku also made his move. He slashed out with his bronze sword and blocked Lu Ming's sword light. Brother Fong, we can't do this today. Let's retreat first. Man Ku transmitted his voice to Fong Lin. Damn it! Fong Lin roared. He was extremely unwilling, but he also knew that he was no match for Lu Ming. There was nothing he could do even if he stayed. I won't let this go so easily. Just you wait. Fong Lin roared and turned to leave. Let's go. Man Ku led the people of the Barbarian Alliance and turned to leave. Lu Ming did not chase after them. His strength had not made any major breakthrough. Even if he wanted to fight, he would be on par with Man Ku. There was no need to fight. He led his people back to the Dragon Alliance and ordered them to tighten the defense in case the barbarian tribe attacked again. I'm going to report this to the Guardian. Bo Yi was indignant and wanted to report to the Guardian to punish Man Ku and Fong Lin. Lu Ming did not stop her, although he knew that it would be useless even if he reported it. This matter must have been tacitly approved by the Guardian. However, if he reported it, at least the Guardian would not be so arrogant and brazen. As expected, after a period of time, Man Ku was not punished. Lu Ming continued to cultivate and strive to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Today, he had offended Fong Lin and was afraid that he would not let it go. Fong Lin was not the strongest group of people in Qitong Mountain. The strongest people in Qitong Mountain were the Mountain Master and the Deputy Mountain Master. Mount Qitong was a famous mountain that was unified. The Mount Qitong's Mountain Master's strength was unfathomable. The other Mountain Masters under him were also very powerful. Being ranked in the top 30, they were probably not weaker than Man Ku. If they were to fight, Lu Ming was not confident even if he had Qiuqiu. He had to continue to make a breakthrough. Soon, more than a month had passed. Qitong Mountain and Man Ku did not make any moves. Rumble. This time, Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. Suddenly, he felt a tremor. It was as if the entire Fengyan Mountain was shaking. What's going on? Lu Ming's face changed drastically. Fengyan Mountain was one of the famous mountains. It was a place that gave birth to a primordial god spirit. It was huge and sturdy, unlike the mountains in the outside world. What kind of existence could cause Fengyan Mountain to shake? It was unbelievable. Even an expert among the Sur gods would not be able to shake a corner of Fengyan Mountain, let alone shake the entire mountain. Lu Ming ended his seclusion and went out. He was not the only one. The entire Dragon Alliance felt it and they were all shocked. Rumble. At this moment, Fengyan Mountain trembled again. One could clearly feel that the ground beneath their feet was shaking. It was as though a terrifying beast was moving its body within Fengyan Mountain. What's going on? Could it be that another terrifying primordial god spirit is being nurtured inside Fengyan Mountain? This thought involuntarily flashed across Lu Ming's mind. At this thought, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, it would be an earth-shattering event. In the current Eldritch universe, primordial god spirits were no longer around. If another primordial god spirit were to appear, it would definitely be an earth-shattering event. The primordial god spirits were too powerful. Any one of them was a pinnacle expert in the Eldritch universe. They were terrifying existences that could shake the universe. Fengyan Mountain shook for a while before it regained its calmness. Could it be a divine energy explosion? At this moment, Bo Yi spoke. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Divine energy explosion? Lu Ming was puzzled. However, many others had heard of it and were also surprised. Alliance leader, the 13 famous mountains have given birth to primordial god spirits. Therefore, there are terrifying primordial god crystals in the mountains. After a long time, the primordial god chi in the mountains will accumulate to the peak. Then, it will explode. It is called a divine energy explosion. Bo Yi explained. Chapter 34-31. Eruption of divine energy? Will it cause a huge impact? Lu Ming's face changed. If all the divine energy in Fengyan Mountain were to erupt, would it cause a devastating blow to Fengyan Mountain? It won't cause a huge impact. The divine energy in the mountain will automatically find a weak area and erupt. However, the exact location is not fixed and it's hard to determine. There is no pattern to the eruption of divine energy in the famed mountains. Moreover, there will be a long interval between each eruption. I didn't expect that we would be able to witness an eruption of divine energy in Fengyan Mountain. Bo Yi was amazed and she looked even happier. Could it be that the eruption of divine energy is an opportunity? Lu Ming asked. Of course. Primordial divine spirits are born in the famed mountains and they are filled with terrifying aura. No one can enter and explore. I'm afraid that even divine lords would be crushed to death if they enter. Therefore, no one knows what's inside the famed mountains. However, to be able to give birth to primordial divine spirits, one can only imagine the situation inside the famed mountains. It will definitely give birth to unimaginable treasures. As for primordial divine crystals, I'm afraid there are countless of them. Every time there's an eruption of divine energy, there will be a large number of primordial divine crystals in the famed mountains. Even more precious treasures will erupt at the same time. This is truly a huge opportunity. Bo Yi said. Treasures in the famed mountains. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, his eyes flickered and he said, if that's the case, I'm afraid that the experts from other famed mountains will come and fight for it. No, there are rules in this world. The famed mountains are not allowed to fight or interfere with each other. The eruption of divine energy is Fengyan Mountain's matter and also our opportunity. Even if the other famed mountains covet it, they can't interfere. Bo Yi said. That's great. Immediately arrange for people to search for the places where the divine energy might erupt. We have to find the place before the Man Alliance does. Lu Ming instructed. The people from the Dragon Alliance started to take action. During this period, there was no need to condense primordial divine crystals. They could focus on searching for the places where the divine energy might erupt. At the same time, the people from the Man Alliance started to search the mountains. From time to time, people from both sides would bump into each other and erupt into fights. As time passed, Fengyan Mountain trembled more and more violently. It was not far from the divine energy eruption. On this day, Lu Ming received a report that they had found the suspected location of the explosion. The location was actually at the foot of Fengyan Mountain. Lu Ming immediately rushed over with his men. At the foot of the mountain south of Fengyan, there was a pile of rubble. During this period of time, divine aura was constantly seeping out from this pile of rubble. The divine aura became extremely dense and pervaded the air like mist. This was most likely the weakest spot. The divine chi within the Fengyun mountain was pouring towards this spot, resulting in such a situation. Rumble. When Lu Ming arrived, the area was still shaking slightly. Lu Ming even saw the ground rise and fall, as if a prehistoric beast was about to rush out of the ground. At this moment, Lu Ming looked in another direction. Streaks of rainbow light were flying towards them from that direction. The berserkers really did come. Lu Ming muttered. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, numerous figures flew over from that direction. The one leading them was Man Ku. Man Ku led the Berserker Alliance and stopped in the distance, facing the Dragon Alliance. Man Ku, we were the first to find this place. Bo Yi shouted. You guys found it first? What a joke. We were the first to find this place, but when my men went back to report to me, you guys took over this place first. Now that we are here, you guys can leave. Man Ku smiled faintly. How shameless. Bo Yi shouted coldly. Man Ku was obviously lying through his teeth. Lu Ming did not say much. This time, no one would be willing to let go of the divine energy eruption. Even if the berserkers found it first, he would not let it go. Vice versa. There was no point in talking too much. When the time came, strength would do the talking. This time, let's get rid of the berserkers once and for all. A cold light flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Similarly, Man Ku's eyes were filled with killing intent. Both parties faced each other and waited quietly, waiting for the divine energy to erupt. Time passed by quickly. Day after day passed by. With each passing day, the area began to tremble more and more violently. Soon, half a month had passed. Rumble. A loud rumbling sound came from underground. The ground was undulating as if a giant beast was about to emerge. Retreat. Lu Ming and Man Ku both shouted as they retreated with their subordinates to a safe distance. The eruption of divine chi was no small matter. Once the divine chi rushed out, its power was boundless. If one was hit by the divine chi, they would die no matter how strong they were. After the first wave of explosions, the divine chi would weaken. They're coming. Suddenly, someone spoke in a nervous voice. Rumble. The ground exploded, and the pile of rocks in front of him trembled. Then blood-red pillars of light shot out from the ground, and those incomparably hard rocks exploded one by one. In the blink of an eye, over 100 blood-red light pillars appeared on the ground. Furthermore, these light pillars grew larger and larger. In the end, boom! There was an earth-shattering roar, and gravel flew everywhere. A huge blood-red light pillar with a diameter of over 100 miles erupted from the ground. It pierced through the clouds and rushed into the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Be careful. Lu Ming shouted as he set up layers of defense in front of him. The others did the same as well. Gravel constantly flew over like a divine weapon with great power. Divine chi condensed into a shield in front of them, blocking the gravel. What a rich divine chi! Lu Ming took a deep breath and was shocked. The blood-red light pillar was made up of primordial divine chi. It was extremely rich, and many times richer than the primordial divine chi in Fengyun Mountain. In the future, the primordial divine chi in Fengyun Mountain would be very rich, and the speed of condensing primordial divine crystals would increase. It was a great opportunity for the entire Fengyun Mountain, and it would make the other famous mountains jealous. Rumble. The blood-red light pillar continued to erupt as if there was no end to it. After a while, the intensity of the light pillar weakened a little. At this moment, along with the pillar of light, numerous crystals flew out. Primordial divine crystals. The primordial divine crystals are out. Someone exclaimed. The densely packed crystals were all primordial divine crystals. No one knew how many there were, but it was a shocking number. Everyone waited and did not make a move immediately. The primordial divine crystals shot into the sky along with the light pillar, and then scattered in all directions. Chapter 34-32. Moments later. Crash. Primordial divine crystals that filled the sky sprinkled down from the sky like raindrops. Snatch them! Someone roared and rushed towards the sky, pouncing on the primordial divine crystals. Attack! They're mine! At this moment, everyone moved and rushed towards the sky to snatch the primordial divine crystals. Most of them had gone crazy and were frantically snatching the primordial divine crystals. This was a rare opportunity and it belonged to whoever snatched it. There was no need to hand it over. It was much faster than slowly accumulating it. No one would complain about having too many primordial divine crystals as they were priceless treasures. Lu Ming also rushed towards the sky and condensed his divine force into a giant hand. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of primordial divine crystals were caught. In just a few moments, Lu Ming had obtained a few thousand primordial divine crystals. There were tens of thousands of people in Fengyan Mountain, Dragon League and Man League. No matter how many primordial divine crystals there were, it wasn't enough for them to snatch. Soon, all the primordial divine crystals were about to be snatched clean. Conflict erupted. Get lost. These primordial divine crystals are mine. You're the one who should get lost. I saw it first. Then I'll send you on your way. Loud roars resounded as blade radiance and sword radiance flashed. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard in the sky as many people were engaged in a fierce battle. Then, screams could be heard as someone was killed and blood dyed the sky red. This was like a fuse as the scope of the battle expanded rapidly. Soon, more than half of the people from Dragon League and Man League were involved in an intense battle. Of course, no one dared to fight beside Lu Ming, Bo Yi, and the others. Ordinary Man League disciples didn't even dare to fight with them. Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure flickered as he continued to snatch the primordial divine crystals. At this moment, the light pillar formed by the primordial divine chi in Fengyan Mountain was getting smaller and weaker. However, there were still primordial divine crystals flying out. That's Divine Force Origin Bead. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flashed and a dazzling radiance burst out from them. He saw two treasures flying out from Fengyan Mountain along with the primordial divine crystals. They were clearly Divine Force Origin beads. Inside the Fengyan Mountain, there was actually a Divine Force Source bead. A Divine Force Source bead that could awaken an Origin Source secret technique. Back then, the Nine Sabers Heavenly King had used a Divine Power Source bead to cause the geniuses in the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion to kill each other. In the end, the Divine Power Source bead was obtained by Lu Ming. Such treasures were extremely rare, and could only be found by chance. Now that two of them had appeared at the same time, how could Lu Ming miss out on this opportunity? With a movement of his body, Lu Ming dashed toward the Divine Power Origin bead. On the other side, Man Ku also saw the Divine Power Source bead. Greed flashed across his eyes. Although he had already awakened the Source secret technique, the Godly Power Source Pearl's attribute determined its value. It was too precious. It had to be known that many Divine Lord Realm existences had yet to awaken an Origin secret technique. A Divine Power Origin bead was enough to drive these Divine Lords crazy. Man Ku also rushed towards the God Power Source Pearl. As he rushed out, his body rapidly swelled up, turning into a huge barbarian god. He was 100,000 meters tall, standing between the heavens and the earth. He grabbed towards the God Power Source Pearl, wanting to grab it. Scram! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He also turned into his purple-armored ancient god body. Then, the ball wriggled and covered his entire body. A battle sword condensed in his hand, and he slashed out. A dazzling sword light slashed onto Man Ku's palm. Man Ku's arm trembled, and he couldn't help but retract it. The two Divine Power Source beads flew past Man Ku's hand. The Divine Power Source beads are mine. Man Ku roared. The bronze battle sword appeared, and he slashed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, the battle character manual in Lu Ming's Sea of Consciousness was shining brightly, and it vibrated slightly. This was Lu Ming activating the battle character manual to increase his combat strength by 5 times. Now, the battle character manual had 5 times combat strength, and Lu Ming had cultivated it to a 1 in 7 chance. Every time he activated it, he would succeed. Boom! Lu Ming succeeded in activating it, and he went all out, slashing his sword towards Man Ku. Dang! The battle sword clashed with Man Ku's bronze battle sword, and Lu Ming still had the upper hand. The bronze battle sword bounced back, and Man Ku retreated continuously. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward, and his battle sword continued to slash towards Man Ku. Attack! Man Ku suddenly shouted. At this moment, a figure wrapped in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of Man Ku, holding a round ball in his hand. The round ball shone brightly, and it rapidly expanded. There seemed to be mountains and lakes carved on it, and it looked like a planet. It flew towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's sword slashed at the round ball, and it shook violently. However, Lu Ming's sword was also blocked. Lu Ming's face froze. In the Man Union, other than Man Ku, who else could block his sword? Swoosh! At this moment, in the sky, another black-robed figure flashed. He was as fast as lightning, and he grabbed the 2 divine power source beads in his hand. Then, he appeared beside Man Ku. Who are you? Hide your head and show your tail. Show your true face. Lu Ming coldly shouted. If you want to know, let's see if you have the ability to do so. One of the black-robed figures sneered. Kill. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the other party. He held his battle sword and attacked. Attack! Man Ku roared. He opened his mouth, and the white bone flew out again. Man Ku's expression was one of pain as the white bone flew towards him and fused with him, transforming into a set of white bone armor that covered his body. With the protection of the white bone armor, Man Ku's confidence increased greatly. He roared and waved his bronze battle sword, launching a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. The other 2 black-robed figures flashed, and they also attacked Lu Ming. Union leader, we're here to help you. At this moment, Bo-yi shouted. He and the other vice-union leader wanted to help Lu Ming, but another black-robed figure appeared in front of them. This person held a halberd. When the halberd slashed out, the Qilin roared, and a few huge Qilins flew out, rushing towards Bo-yi and the vice-union leader. Boom! Boom! 2 violent explosions sounded. Bo-yi and the vice-union leader's expression changed, and they retreated rapidly. They weren't a match at all. Qilin halberd, you're Lin Xian. Bo-yi shouted, his expression was very ugly. Lin Xian was the vice-leader of another famous mountain, Qitong Mountain. The vice-leaders of other famous mountains actually interfered in the Battle of Fengyan Mountain. If you don't want to die, get lost. The youth holding the halberd, Lin Xian, shouted coldly. He turned around and attacked Lu Ming, wanting to besiege Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming slashed out more than 10 times, and the sword light filled the sky. Although Man Ku's defense was strong enough, his attack power was still weaker than Lu Ming's. He was hit by the sword light, and he was forced to retreat. The other 2 black-robed figures were even weaker, and they were sent flying by the violent sword light. You do have some strength. It seems that if I don't use my strongest move, I won't be able to take him down. One of the black-robed figures shouted coldly. Suddenly, he roared, and the black robe on his body exploded, revealing his true appearance. Chapter 34-33. A black-robed man's black robe exploded, revealing his true appearance. Then, his body swelled up rapidly and turned into a huge tiger. The tiger had a single horn and a pair of wings. Its body was covered in blood-red scales. That was the primitive divine body. What was shocking was that the primitive divine body was huge, almost the same size as Man Ku. 8th transformation of the primitive divine body. That was obviously the 8th transformation of the primitive divine body. Then, another black-robed man's body swelled up rapidly and turned into the primitive divine body. He was a huge wolf with 3 heads. His body was huge and not any weaker than Man Ku. Another eighth transformation of the primitive divine body. Then, Lin Xian also used his primitive divine body and turned into a huge golden ape. He was 100,000 meters tall and held a huge halberd in his hand. He was also at the eighth transformation of the primitive divine body. The three experts, together with Man Ku, made a total of 4 people. They surrounded Lu Ming. Their violent aura was like a vast ocean, filling the entire area. This scene shocked the others. Those people who were fighting couldn't help but stop and look over in shock. "It's you guys. Damn it. How dare you?" Obviously, Bo Yi recognized the 3 of them. He yelled and then said to Lu Ming, Alliance Chief, "They are the Deputy Lords of Qi Tongshan. There are a total of 3 Deputy Lords of Qi Tongshan. All of them are here. Lin Xian is ranked in the top 30 on the Divine King list. Deputy Mountain Masters of Qi Tong Mountain? No wonder." Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. No wonder they were so powerful. Especially Lin Xian, who was ranked in the top 30 on the God King list. The God King list was a list selected by the people of this world. It only listed the top 30 strongest geniuses, and each of them had shocking combat strength. Qi Tong Mountain has interfered with the matters of Fengyan Mountain. You have seriously violated the rules. If the Guardian knows about this, you will be in deep trouble. Bo Yi shouted. Hee, this is only the foot of Fengyan Mountain. We have not climbed up the mountain. Lin Xian quibbled. Nonsense. This is the territory of Fengyan Mountain. Bo Yi shouted. Why are you talking nonsense with them? Let's kill Lu Ming first. Man Ke shouted as he brandished his bronze sword and charged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Qi Tongshan's 3 deputy mountain lords also moved, charging towards Lu Ming. The 4 experts attacked Lu Ming from all directions. Their attacks were like a torrential storm. Lu Ming's gaze was very cold. Needless to say, the fact that Qi Tong Mountain's deputy mountain chieftain dared to kill his way here must have been tacitly approved by the guardian of the barbarian tribe. He could only rely on himself now. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long roar as various secret techniques of the origin emerged from his body. They separated into 4 waves and attacked Man Ku, Lin Xian, and the others. As for Lu Ming, he brandished his sword and charged towards the 3-headed giant wolf. Man Ku's defense was too strong and not easy to deal with. But for the others, it was impossible for their defense to be as abnormal as Man Ku's. Roar, roar, roar. The 3-headed giant wolf let out a loud roar and spat out 3 beams of light, directly blasting away Lu Ming's secret techniques of the origin. Lu Ming's cultivation was still a little weak after all. With his own strength, even if he used his secret techniques of the origin, he still couldn't defeat these people. After the secret techniques of the origin were blasted away, the beams of light continued to blast towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his sword and chopped down, directly splitting the 3 beams of light in half. Then, he continued to attack the 3-headed giant wolf. The 3-headed giant wolf's expression changed. Clearly, Lu Ming's attack power had exceeded his expectations. With another 3 roars, 3 bolts of lightning shot out from his mouth, transforming into 3 swords and slashing towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Lin Xian, Man Ku, and the other 2 also blasted away Lu Ming's secret techniques of the origin and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was helpless. He could only give up on attacking Man Ku and dodge with all his strength. His figure flashed continuously, narrowly avoiding the attacks of these people. You can't dodge. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out. The Qilin battle halberd slashed down horizontally. The Qilin roared and pounced towards Lu Ming with terrifying power that could tear apart the void. Man Ku roared as he waved his bronze sword and attacked from another direction. On the other hand, the one-horned giant tiger controlled a huge ball and pressed it towards Lu Ming. The 3-headed giant wolf laughed wildly as 3 lightning swords slashed towards Lu Ming. Every attack was extremely terrifying and could easily kill a large number of peak divine kings. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. He waited with rapt attention as he waved his sword continuously, forming an airtight defense around himself. Boom boom boom, terrifying explosions continued to erupt. In the end, the attacks of the four experts were all blocked by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's face also paled. The rebounding force wasn't pleasant. Not good. If this continues, Qiuqiu's divine power will be exhausted soon. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, the four experts on the other side weren't any weaker than him. The four of them joining forces was too powerful. Fight! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a ruthless look. At this point, he could only fight with his life on the line. Qiuqiu, you have to hold on. Lu Ming muttered as he rushed forward. He was still rushing towards the three-headed giant wolf. Although the three-headed giant wolf's attack power was very high, its defense was relatively weak. Moreover, it was the easiest to deal with among the four experts. In the process of rushing out, Lu Ming's body lit up continuously. 9 layers of crimson gold armor and ice shackles wrapped around Lu Ming. At Lu Ming's current level, although the 9 layers of crimson gold armor and ice shackles weren't enough, they could at least increase his defense, right? Kill! Lu Ming shouted as the battle sword in his hand slashed towards the three-headed giant wolf like a storm. At the same time, all kinds of secret origin techniques bombarded the three-headed giant wolf. Lu Ming only focused on the three-headed giant wolf's attacks. As for the others' attacks, Lu Ming didn't feel like paying attention to them. The three-headed giant wolf roared as it spat out one attack after another, but they were all defeated by Lu Ming. At the same time, Man Ku, Lin Xian, and the other two's attacks also landed on Lu Ming's body. Almost in an instant, the ice shackles and 9 layers of crimson gold armor were shattered. One attack after another landed on Lu Ming's body. Immediately, Lu Ming's body shook violently. Qiuqiu's armor violently squirmed, becoming incomparably hard and blocking all kinds of attacks. However, some places were still broken through. For example, Lin Xian's Qilin battle halberd directly tore a hole in Qiuqiu's armor. A terrifying power poured into Lu Ming's body. Immediately, blood flowed wildly. But fortunately, Qiuqiu blocked the majority of the power. Furthermore, Lu Ming cultivated the demonic golden body. His body was powerful, and his vitality was extremely tenacious. He forcibly blocked this attack. As for Man Ku and the Horned Tiger's attacks, they were forcibly blocked by Qiuqiu's armor. However, some of the power passed through the armor and poured into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's body to shake violently. But in the end, he still managed to block it. Kill! Lu Ming roared as his attacks didn't stop. He stared at the three-headed giant wolf and slashed down with his sword. Chapter 34-34. Lu Ming stared at the three-headed wolf, his sword light raining down like a storm. The two of them exchanged more than a dozen moves, but in the end, Lu Ming was stronger. He broke through the three-headed wolf's attack, and when his sword light landed on the wolf's body, blood splattered everywhere. One of the three-headed wolf's heads was forcibly cut off by Lu Ming. The three-headed wolf let out a wail and retreated. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and continued to charge toward the other party. Courting death. Man Ku, Lin Xian, and the others roared. All kinds of attacks once again bombarded Lu Ming. Lu Ming still didn't dodge, taking everyone's attacks head-on. His body staggered and he almost fell, but he managed to hold on. His attacks didn't stop as he continued to attack the three-headed wolf. The three-headed wolf was heavily injured after losing one of its heads. Its strength declined and it was no match for Lu Ming. Although it rapidly retreated and set up several dozen defenses in front of it, it was still struck by Lu Ming's sword, leaving a deep sword wound on its chest. Just as Lu Ming was about to take the opportunity to pursue, Man Ku madly charged forward. With shocking speed, he arrived in front of the three-headed wolf, resisting Lu Ming's attack. With Man Ku's defensive power, Lu Ming could only force him back. It was hard for him to break through his defenses. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The other side had too many people, and they had to support each other. it was still difficult for him to focus on one person. Following that, Lu Ming changed direction and attacked the one-horned tiger. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several dozen moves. It had to be said that Qiuqiu's strength was getting stronger and stronger, closer and closer to the divine monarch realm. Moreover, Qiuqiu had swallowed a large amount of divine tools along the way, and there was no lack of defensive divine tools like shields. Among the four great experts, only Lin Xian could truly break through Qiuqiu's defenses and injure Lu Ming. But with Lu Ming's tenacity, he was able to withstand it. Therefore, even though the opponent had the upper hand in the fierce battle, he was still unable to kill Lu Ming. This fellow's metallic lifeform's defensive power is too great. What do we do? Man Ke secretly transmitted his voice to the others. No matter how strong his defense is, he will still die. Force him to the hole where the primordial divine energy is erupting and blast him into the interior of Fengyan Mountain. He will definitely die. Lin Xian's expression was ferocious as he also transmitted his voice. That's right. The inside of this famed mountain is filled with an incomparably terrifying pressure. Even a peak divine lord will die if they go in. If this brat goes in, he will die without a doubt. Let's do this. Man Ke's eyes lit up. At this moment, the three-headed giant wolf had recovered a little and charged back. However, it only followed Man Ke and did not dare to leave. The four experts surrounded Lu Ming and attacked him continuously. Slowly, their battlefield shifted to the top of the hole where the primordial divine Qi was erupting. At this moment, the primordial god Qi was almost fully released. However, there were still primordial god crystals flying out from time to time. It's time. Suppress them. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a stone pagoda appeared. This stone pagoda was 100 stories tall. It rapidly expanded and turned into an incomparably huge stone pagoda. Like a mountain, it suppressed Lu Ming. Break it. Lu Ming brandished his battle sword and slashed at the stone pagoda. He wanted to blast the stone pagoda away. Clang! The battle sword slashed at the bottom of the stone pagoda, causing the stone pagoda to shake. However, the bottom floor of the stone pagoda suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying gravitational force that pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body involuntarily fell into the hole. Oh no, they want to force me into the interior of the famed mountain. Lu Ming's expression changed. With his current cultivation, he would definitely die if he entered the interior of the famed mountain. No matter how tenacious Qiuqiu's vitality was, it would still be crushed into ashes by the terrifying pressure. The interior of the famed mountain was the place where the primordial divine spirit was born. What kind of existence was a primordial divine spirit? It could kill a group of divine lords with a single breath. It was a peak existence in the primitive universe. Charge! Lu Ming shouted and executed the Garuda technique to the extreme. He turned into a Garuda and was about to soar into the sky. However, the stone pagoda began to explode again. Moreover, several floors exploded consecutively. Boom! 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 Several terrifying gravitational forces rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's upward momentum was immediately obstructed. Slash! Lu Ming shouted and brandished his sword continuously. He wanted to break through the gravitational force. However, after barely breaking through the first layer, several more layers pressed down on him. Lu Ming's body continued to fall. Huh, you want to charge out after being suppressed by my 100 layers pagoda? How naive. Go down and explode. Lin Xian laughed and shouted. The stone pagoda continued to press down on Lu Ming. At the same time, several floors exploded. Every time a floor of the stone pagoda exploded, a gravitational force pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to fall. Alliance Master, it's over. At this moment, the members of the Dragon Alliance who saw this scene sighed deeply. Lu Ming was blasted down from Fengyan Mountain. Only death awaited him. It was impossible for him to survive. Retreat, let's retreat quickly. At this moment, Bowie shouted and gathered the members of the Dragon Alliance. Then, they retreated. Although the explosion of primordial divine energy had not ended and there were still primordial divine crystals exploding, they could no longer care about the primordial divine crystals. With Lu Ming dead, no one could stop Man Ku, not to mention the 3 vice mountain lords of Qi Tongshan. If they continued to fight for the primordial divine crystals, only death awaited them. They retreated towards Fengyan Mountain. Man Ku glanced at them and did not ask anyone to pursue. I'll let you live for a while longer. Man Ku snorted. It was better to collect the primordial divine crystals first. As for the Dragon Alliance, without Lu Ming, it would be destroyed by him sooner or later. Explode, 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 Lin Xian shouted and formed seals with both hands. He controlled the stone pagoda to explode continuously. Waves of gravity pressed down on Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming was unable to charge forward. Every time the gravity pressed down on him, his body would fall down by a large margin. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had fallen over 10,000 meters. Dong dong dong. At this point, Lu Ming's ancient god heart started to beat violently. That was because of the pressure coming from all directions. The further down he went, the more terrifying and shocking the pressure in all directions. Lu Ming felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. However, the stone pagoda continued to press down. There were a total of 100 levels and the gravity was endless. Lu Ming's body continued to fall crazily. When he had fallen 30,000 meters, the pressure was already terrifying. Lu Ming's body was in intense pain and his bones were cracking. He could not hold on any longer and was about to break. Bloody scars appeared on the surface of his body. Blood flowed out continuously. Even with Qiuqiu's protection, it was useless. Moreover, Qiuqiu was not in a good condition either. It squirmed and curled into a ball. It was hard for it to protect itself and Lu Ming. Chapter 34-35. It's so painful. Qiuqiu screamed in agony. His body was wriggling and even emitting green smoke. Qiuqiu, hang in there. We won't die. Hang in there. Lu Ming shouted. At the same time, thoughts were running through his mind as he tried to come up with a solution. In an instant, dozens of ideas and solutions flashed through his mind. However, none of them worked. The main reason was that the pressure outside was too strong. At this moment, Lu Ming couldn't even move. The stone pagoda above couldn't withstand the pressure and was trembling constantly. However, in the next moment, the stone pagoda exploded violently. Initially, there were still over 50 floors of the stone pagoda that hadn't exploded. At this moment, the remaining 50 floors exploded in an instant. Over 50 gravitational forces pressed down on Lu Ming. It's over. A thought popped up in Lu Ming's mind. Subsequently, over 50 gravitational forces pressed down on Lu Ming and Qiuqiu. The two of them fell down like 2 meteorites. In an instant, they had descended over 100,000 meters. This is, after descending to this point, Lu Ming scanned his surroundings and was shocked. This was an underground space. It was obviously the inner region of Fengyan Mountain. The space was huge and filled with dense blood-red mist. It was primordial divine qi. On the surrounding walls, there were longan-sized crystals that were blood-red in color. Primordial divine crystals. All of them were primordial divine crystals. They were scattered all over the walls. How many of them were there? Millions? Tens of millions? Lu Ming didn't know. In short, there were countless of them. How long had Fengyan Mountain existed? When the primordial divine qi in this place reached a certain level, it would condense into primordial divine crystals. By now, it was unknown how many primordial divine crystals had appeared. Pfft! At this moment, blood radiance appeared on Lu Ming's body. His body was cracking and disintegrating. The pressure here was so strong that it was terrifying. As soon as Lu Ming entered, his body was about to disintegrate under the pressure. It hurts. I'm going to die. Qiuqiu screamed as cracks appeared on his metallic body. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed. What was the use of having so many treasures here? He couldn't even survive, let alone obtain any treasures. Seeing that Lu Ming's body was about to disintegrate, at this time, the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows began to shine. The purple copper coffin that had been kept in the frightening feather painting actually flew out on its own. As soon as the purple copper coffin flew out, it emitted a gentle light that enveloped Lu Ming and Qiuqiu. As soon as he was enveloped by this light, the pressure from the outside world instantly disappeared without a trace. Hoo, Lu Ming panted heavily. He felt that his body was extremely relaxed. Qiuqiu was about the same. It had shrunk into a ball and was panting with its mouth wide open. We're saved. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, he would be saved by the purple copper coffin. In fact, he had wanted to take out the purple copper coffin before this, but his body was suppressed by the pressure from the outside world. He couldn't even take it out even if he wanted to. This is the place where the primordial divine spirit was born. The purple copper coffin is actually able to withstand the pressure here. It's really mysterious. What exactly is inside the purple copper coffin? What kind of secret does it hold? Lu Ming sized up the purple copper coffin as thoughts ran through his mind. He even suspected that there was a living primordial divine spirit in the purple copper coffin. Because the purple copper coffin was revealing information related to the primordial divine spirit, Lu Ming couldn't help but think this way. Even if there wasn't a living primordial divine spirit, it was very likely that there was a fallen primordial divine spirit. Otherwise, how could it be so mysterious? Shaking his head, Lu Ming shook his head to get rid of his wandering thoughts. He then sized up his surroundings. This place was almost the bottom of Fengyan Mountain. The primordial divine qi was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. The surrounding walls were filled with primordial divine crystals. Afterward, Lu Ming's eyes widened when he looked at the bottom of the cave. On the ground at the bottom, there was a blood-red fluorescent glow. There was a large pile of longan-sized crystals. All of them were primordial divine crystals. At a glance, there were countless of them. There were many times more than the primordial divine crystals on the surrounding walls. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He found another kind of treasure among the piles of primordial divine crystals. It was the divine force source bead. Yes, at a glance, he saw at least 10 divine force source beads. This was only what he saw. There were definitely more than that. In addition, Lu Ming also saw a few plants. They were swaying and emitting dazzling rays of light. Treasures. Plants that grew in such an environment were peerless treasures. They were priceless treasures. The outside world's legends weren't wrong. There were indeed countless treasures in Fengyan Mountain. If the treasures here were to be seen by the people outside, they would definitely go crazy. I'm rich. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming looked around in a daze. He almost drooled and laughed foolishly. How many resources were there? If he brought them out, it would definitely shock the Taishu dynasty. What kind of force could he develop into? With these treasures, Lu Ming wouldn't need to fight with others in the future. He could use money to kill others. Lu Ming was fantasizing about the beautiful days in the future. At this moment, there was another change in the purple copper coffin. With a cracking sound, the lid of the purple copper coffin opened by itself, leaving behind a small gap. Lu Ming was shocked. His hair stood on end. His body tensed up and his heartbeat accelerated. The purple copper coffin opened by itself. What's going on? Could there really be a living creature in the purple copper coffin that wanted to crawl out? At the thought of this, Lu Ming broke out in cold sweat. Click. The lid of the purple copper coffin continued to open. It slowly became bigger. Finally, an inch-wide crack appeared. Strange. There isn't that terrifying aura. Although Lu Ming was shocked, he still felt that it was strange. In the past, when Lu Ming opened the purple copper coffin on his own initiative, as long as there was a crack thinner than a fan, a terrifying aura would spread out. That aura was so powerful that even he couldn't bear it. It contained a terrifying danger. But now, the purple copper coffin opened by itself to an inch-wide gap, but there wasn't a trace of strange aura released. What the hell? Could there really be a living creature inside? Lu Ming's heart tightened. It was too similar. It was like when he opened the purple copper coffin, the existence inside was unhappy. That was why it emitted that terrifying aura. But when it opened itself, it wouldn't emit that kind of aura because it was voluntary. The next moment, something happened that made Lu Ming wail. A powerful suction force suddenly erupted from the purple copper coffin, enveloping all directions. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, the surrounding primordial divine chi madly gathered toward the purple copper coffin and was sucked into it. Not only that, but the primordial divine crystals on the ground and walls also moved. They flew toward the purple copper coffin and disappeared into it. No! Lu Ming screamed miserably. He watched helplessly as countless primordial divine crystals flew into the purple copper coffin. Chapter 34-36. In just a breath's time, a large amount of primordial divine crystals flew into the purple copper coffin. A few 100,000? A few million? It was probably more than that. Moreover, the suction force from the purple copper coffin was getting stronger and stronger as if there was no end to it. The primordial divine chi and primordial divine crystals flew into the purple copper coffin at an even faster speed. My primordial divine crystals! Lu Ming screamed and wanted to rush out to stop them. However, as soon as he got close to the outside, a terrifying aura pressed down on him and almost caused his body to explode. He quickly retreated and did not dare to go out. Whoosh! Primordial divine crystals flew towards the purple copper coffin from all directions. There were even divine force source beads mixed in with them. Although there were not many of them, Lu Ming saw at least a dozen of them. That was a dozen divine force source beads. If they were taken out, each of them could be sold for a sky-high price. However, they had disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming's heart ached. His liver and lungs ached. His entire body ached. His heart was about to break. My treasure! Lu Ming screamed miserably. However, the purple copper coffin did not seem to have any intention of stopping and continued to absorb. A large amount of primordial divine chi flew into the purple copper coffin along with the primordial divine crystals. Even the divine force source beads were absorbed into the purple copper coffin. This was the real plunder. Lu Ming's heart was bleeding. A few minutes later, the purple copper coffin finally stopped absorbing. With a click, the purple copper coffin lid closed and floated quietly. A ray of light shone down and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked around and realized that the primordial divine crystals in the Fengyan mountain had almost all been plundered. Only a small portion was left and it was sparse. The primordial divine chi was also much thinner. However, this place was mysterious and would constantly produce primordial divine chi. It would not dry up just like that. This damn guy. His appetite is too big. Lu Ming cursed. Of course, he only thought about it in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. He really didn't know what was inside the purple copper coffin. If he angered it and got swallowed, he would be finished. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Ming's resentment lessened a little. Then, he controlled the purple copper coffin to fly towards a wall. There were still a few scattered primeval divine crystals here. Lu Ming wouldn't let them go and planned to plunder them all. Flying over, Lu Ming used his god force to form giant hands that grabbed the primordial god crystal and broke it off. Asterisk crack crack, asterisk following that, Lu Ming continuously took action to gather the remaining primordial divine crystals. Although there was only a small portion left, that was compared to before, the number was still very astonishing. After Lu Ming walked around the walls and the ground, Lu Ming still managed to collect over 1 million primordial divine crystals. There were over 1 million primordial divine crystals, and this was only a little bit left. One could imagine how much there was before. It was no wonder that Lu Ming's resentment was so strong. What made Lu Ming want to vomit blood the most was that only the primordial divine crystals, divine power source beads, and that strange plant were all swallowed by the purple copper coffin. Nothing was left. Is there anything else? Lu Ming's eyes swept around, not letting go of any corner. This place was a holy land between heaven and earth. Anything that appeared here was a rare treasure. Asterisk roar. Asterisk at this moment, a loud roar was heard. Lu Ming was shocked. There was actually a living creature below. This was definitely not a small matter. Then, Lu Ming saw a spot on the ground that was glowing. Strands of multicolored light flew out. These strands of multicolored light were like threads that spiraled in the air. They intertwined with each other and actually formed an ape-like living creature. Of course, it wasn't a real living creature. It was just an outline that was formed by strands of multicolored light. However, it was very real. This living creature was indeed an ape-like living creature. It was as if the strands of multicolored light were the veins of a human body, forming an outline. The next moment, the multicolored light scattered again and flew around randomly. After a while, it gathered together again and formed the outline of an ape-like living creature that let out a roar. What? What is this? Lu Ming was a little confused. You're rich. Kid, you're rich. At this moment, Gumo's surprised voice sounded. What's going on? Lu Ming asked. If I'm not wrong, this multicolored light is the most basic substance that gives birth to a primordial divine spirit. Gumo said. The most basic substance that gives birth to a primordial divine spirit? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. If there's enough time, this substance can even give birth to another primordial divine spirit. However, the conditions are different now. The environment doesn't support it. No matter how much time passes, it's impossible to really succeed. Lu Ming, this is a great opportunity. Although it's only a few strands, as long as you refine it, your ancient god body will skyrocket and continuously break through. Gumo said continuously, unable to hide his excitement. It can be refined directly? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That's right. This multicolored light is the purest energy for living creatures who cultivate the primordial divine spirit. It's easy to refine. Gumo said. Okay. Lu Ming was very decisive. He controlled the purple copper coffin and flew toward the multicolored light. At the same time, he was very nervous. He was afraid that the purple copper coffin would open again and absorb the multicolored light. It turned out that he worried too much. The purple copper coffin didn't have any reaction. Obviously, the purple copper coffin didn't absorb the multicolored light previously. It was either that it didn't need it or it was deliberately left behind to help Lu Ming. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Was the purple copper coffin so humane? Soon, Lu Ming approached the multicolored light. However, at this moment, he made a new discovery. There was actually a small pit on the ground where the multicolored light appeared. There was some blood-red liquid in the small pit. This liquid was very strange. Not only was it filled with mist, but the mist was constantly twisting and changing, forming the shape of apes. This is the primordial spirit liquid. It's good stuff. Lu Ming, don't miss it. Take it all. Gumo shouted again. What's the effect of the primordial spirit liquid? Lu Ming asked. The primordial divine spirit that was born in this place should be related to apes. It might be the primordial divine ape, the ancestor of all apes. This primordial spirit liquid is most likely left behind by the primordial divine ape. It might be the primordial divine ape's sweat, saliva, or even urine, Gumo explained. Lu Ming was dumbstruck and tongue-tied. The saliva or urine of the primordial divine ape? Lu Ming was quite speechless. Don't underestimate it. This is most likely left behind by the primordial divine ape. It's the purest and has extraordinary effects. Other living beings only need to consume one drop to be reborn. They will have a trace of the primordial divine ape's bloodline in their body and can cultivate the primordial divine body related to the primordial divine ape. Gu Mo explained. One drop can cultivate the primordial divine body. Lu Ming was really shocked. Chapter 34-37. Lu Ming was shocked that a drop of primordial spiritual fluid could allow someone to cultivate the primordial godly body. It should be known that the primordial divine body was not easy to cultivate. If one wanted to cultivate it successfully, even if it was only the first transformation, the difficulty was extremely high. The conditions were extremely harsh. Back then, Lu Ming had been able to cultivate the primordial godly body only by chance. In fact, any secret body constitution technique was extremely difficult to cultivate as there were a series of harsh conditions. In this world, the people that Lu Ming met all cultivated the primordial godly body and were at a high level of attainment. This was because the people who came to this world were all geniuses from different races and forces in the primitive universe. It was hard to say how many races and forces there were in the primitive universe. It was normal for every force to have a few geniuses who had cultivated the primordial godly body. At the same time, this world was very helpful for cultivating the primordial godly body. That was why these people were so skilled. However, for ordinary people, secret body constitution technique and the primordial godly body were just wishful thinking. For example, in the Taishu dynasty, those who had cultivated the secret body constitution technique were in the minority. Most of them were geniuses. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could cultivate an army of primordial godly body cultivators with the primordial spiritual fluid? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had the primordial godly body and would not need it. However, others could use it. For example, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. This primordial spiritual fluid was left behind by the primordial godly ape. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe was also an ape. It was just right and complemented each other. Perhaps the effect would be even better. As for the ape's primordial godly body cultivation method, Lu Ming did not have to worry about it. In this world, what kind of primordial godly body cultivation method did not exist? He had seen others using the ape's primordial godly body before. He could just buy one in the future. Lu Ming was excited. He took out a jade bottle made of excellent material. This jade bottle was a secret treasure that he had obtained from the opponent he had killed. It was very spacious and was specially used to store primordial spiritual fluid. Using his god force, the primordial spirit liquid in the small pit flew toward the jade bottle. In the end, all of it was sucked into the jade bottle, not leaving a single drop behind. After putting the jade bottle into the Jingyu painting, Lu Ming stared at the rays of light again and slowly approached them. Dong dong dong, his ancient god's heart began to beat violently, emitting a powerful suction force that enveloped the rays of light. Suck! Lu Ming shouted, and the suction force increased. A few rays of light flew into the ancient god's heart and disappeared. Once the light entered the ancient god's heart, it turned into even smaller rays of light. From the heart, it traveled along Lu Ming's blood vessels and distributed throughout Lu Ming's body. Then, there was a loud roar as the multicolored light seeped into Lu Ming's body through his blood vessels. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a tearing and penetrating sensation in his body. His bones, muscles, meridians and everything else began to tremble and twist. He was transforming at a terrifying speed. Pain, extreme pain, but Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured it. He knew that this was caused by the rapid transformation. As long as he endured the process, he would reap great rewards. Lu Ming's body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Roar! After a while, Lu Ming let out a roar of the ancient god. His body expanded uncontrollably and transformed into a purple-armored ancient god body. However, after transforming into a 10,000-meter-tall purple-armored ancient god body, his body didn't stop expanding. It was still expanding rapidly. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters, the speed of expansion was extremely shocking. However, this was the space within Fengyan Mountain. Fengyan Mountain was so huge that Lu Ming was no different from an ant in it. Soon, Lu Ming's body expanded to 50,000 meters. At this time, the color of his scales began to change. It was originally dark purple, but the purple color began to fade and was replaced by silver. Light silver. This was the sign of the 8th transformation of the ancient god body. I broke through to the 8th transformation so fast. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His ancient god body was already at the peak of the 7th transformation. However, even at the peak of the 7th transformation, it would take a long time to reach the 8th transformation. Even with the primordial divine crystal, it wouldn't be that easy to break through. However, with the help of the multicolored light, he was about to break through to the 8th transformation in just an hour. His body was still expanding. He hadn't reached his limit yet. The 8th transformation would allow his body to grow to 100,000 meters tall. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. Lu Ming's body finally grew to 100,000 meters tall. He had completely entered the 8th transformation. However, he was only at the early stage of the 8th transformation. The scales on his body were still light silver. However, only a small part of the multicolored light had been refined. There was still a lot left. The multicolored light was too heaven-defying. Its effect was far more than that. Continue. Lu Ming activated the complete ancient god technique and continued to cultivate and refine the multicolored light. However, during the process, Lu Ming felt a little obscure. However, under the heaven-defying effect of the multicolored light, this obscure feeling didn't affect him at all. His ancient god body was rapidly growing stronger. Lu Ming didn't think too much about it and focused on cultivating. His ancient god body was growing stronger at a terrifying speed. In just half a day, his ancient god body had forcefully increased from the early stage of the 8th transformation to the peak of the 8th transformation. Then, it was charging towards the 9th transformation. Roar, 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 Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling light. This light condensed into a huge ancient god shadow. The ancient god shadow roared towards the sky and its aura grew stronger and stronger. After a while, Lu Ming's body emitted crackling sounds again. His body had started to change again. This time, the speed of change was even more shocking. Then, his body started to grow rapidly again. 100,000 meters tall, 200,000 meters tall, in just one day, his body had reached a shocking height of 1 million meters. The scales on his body had also lost their silver glow and were replaced by gold. Faint gold. The 9th transformation of the ancient god body. In such a short time, Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th transformation of the ancient god body. If this news were to spread, it would scare people to death. At this time, a large part of the multicolored light had been consumed. There wasn't much left. However, it was still strengthening Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was becoming stronger every second. After a day, when the last bit of multicolored light had been refined, the scales on Lu Ming's body had turned dark gold. Ancient God Body 9th Transformation, great success. Lu Ming had already cultivated the 9th transformation to the great success. I heard that after cultivating the ancient God Body to the 9th transformation, it is considered to have reached the great success stage. However, there are more mysterious realms after that. One can even condense the blood of the ancient god. Lu Ming pondered. Chapter 34-38. The 9th transformation of the primordial divine body wasn't the end. It was just the peak of the initial stage. There was still a long way to go because even if one cultivated to the 9th transformation, there was still a huge gap between them and the primordial divine spirit. The primordial divine body was said to be able to transform into a primordial divine spirit when cultivated to the peak. Therefore, there was still a path after the 9th transformation. It was said that as long as one could cross it, they could even condense the blood of the primordial divine spirit, which was known as the primordial divine blood. However, it was extremely difficult to cross this step. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even an unparalleled genius would find it difficult to cross this step. Once they did, they would obtain boundless power and their combat power would increase tremendously. However, Lu Ming was already satisfied with cultivating to the 9th transformation. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with boundless power. Also, the cultivation conditions here are too good. Comprehending the origin divine power factor and origin secret techniques here is shockingly fast. Lu Ming exclaimed. Previously, during the process of the primitive god body's transformation, he had already felt that comprehending the origin's divine power and the origin's secret techniques here would speed up his progress by leaps and bounds. It wasn't something the primitive god statue could compare to. This was the place where the primordial divine spirit was born. Although the primordial divine spirit that was born here might control the primordial divine power, it might be different from Lu Ming's cultivation. However, the primordial divine spirit's essence was the same. They were all born from the primordial era and the universe. Comprehending the essence was useful for all kinds of divine power. However, I am going out now. I will come back to cultivate in the future. Lu Ming muttered. He had been here for a few days and was worried about the Dragon League. Man Ku would definitely not let the Dragon League off. Lu Ming could only pray that Man Ku and the others were collecting the primordial divine crystals and didn't have time to deal with the Dragon League. However, a few days had passed and no one knew what would happen. With a thought, Lu Ming's body quickly shrunk to the size of a normal person. He then rushed up to the sky. The cave that was broken by the primordial divine chi was still there. This kind of cave would slowly disappear as time passed. Of course, it wouldn't be a short period of time. In the past, Fengyan Mountain had also experienced divine energy outbursts. After rushing out of such gaps, the divine energy would automatically disappear. Soon, Lu Ming rushed up hundreds of thousands of meters. At this point, the terrifying pressure disappeared. Lu Ming put away the purple copper coffin and used the Nine Heavens Kuan-Peng technique to transform into a Kuan-Peng and soared up. Not long after, he finally saw the gap, and light shone in. Man Ku, I hope you haven't done anything yet. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. He rushed out of the cave and soared into the sky. As expected, there were still people in the vicinity of the gap. However, there weren't many of them, only about 100 or so, guarding the area. There were also people from the Berserker tribe among them, but Man Ku and the others were not there. When these people suddenly saw a person rush out of the gap, they were almost scared to death. They were so shocked that they were dumbstruck. There were actually creatures rushing out from within the famed mountains. What was going on? However, when they saw the person who rushed out, they were even more shocked. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. How is that possible? Wasn't he blasted into the famed mountains? How is he still alive? Send a voice transmission to the Alliance leader. These people exclaimed. Some of them even took out their voice transmission jade talismans to send a voice transmission. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed over and pressed his hand down. A huge palm was formed and pressed down on these people. These people did not care about sending voice transmissions. They attacked one after another, but they were too far away from Lu Ming. Under the pressure of the huge palm, these people coughed out blood and retreated with pale faces. Divine Dragon Dharma form. Lu Ming shouted and pushed his hands forward. 99 nine-clawed dragons appeared and rushed in all directions. Then, over 100 explosions sounded. Over 100 people from the Barbarian Alliance coughed out blood and were severely injured. Then, Lu Ming used the ice chains to bind these people and freeze them. Tell me, where is Man Ku? Lu Ming asked coldly. These people were pale. Don't even think about it. A barbarian shouted. Poof! Lu Ming flicked his finger, and a spear light flew out and pierced the barbarian's glabella, killing him. I'll tell you, I'll tell you. Immediately, someone shouted. Not all of them were barbarians. Most of them were prodigies from other races. They were not loyal to Man Ku. When they saw Lu Ming's ruthlessness, they immediately told him everything. Man Ku led his men to the Dragon Alliance's base. The young man shouted. What? Damn it, when did that happen? Lu Ming shouted. He left not long ago. It was less than an hour ago. The young man said. Only an hour. Fortunately, we should be able to make it in time. Lu Ming was slightly relieved. Then, he waved his hand and spear light shot out, killing all the barbarians present. As for the prodigies from other races, Lu Ming did not kill them. He had no enmity with them. After killing the barbarians, Lu Ming rushed to the sky and rushed toward Fengyan Mountain, toward the Dragon Alliance's base. Seeing Lu Ming leave, the surviving prodigies heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were still sealed by the ice chains. If they did not suffer, they would not be able to escape. Outside the valley of the Dragon Alliance's headquarters, there was a sea of people. The valley was surrounded by Man Ku and his men. Bo Yi and the rest of the Dragon Alliance were hiding in the valley, relying on the valley's formation to resist. You think you can stop me with just a formation like this? Naive. Man Ku transformed into his 100,000-meter-tall barbarian god body. He wielded his bronze sword and kept slashing at the formation outside the valley. At the same time, Lin Xian and the other two vice mountain masters of Chi Tong Mountain were beside Man Ku. They looked on coldly. Boom, boom, boom. The formation kept shaking. Finally, it could not hold on any longer. Cracks appeared on it, and it finally exploded with a bang. After breaking the formation, Man Ku stopped. He looked down at Bo Yi and the rest coldly. Lu Ming is already dead, and you still want to fight back? You don't know your own strength. Bo Yi and the rest were pale. It seemed that the Dragon Alliance could not be saved. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender too. Many people in the Dragon Alliance shouted. This was normal. Many prodigies joined the Dragon Alliance only as a cooperative relationship. They handed over the origin divine crystals, and they would receive a portion of them. This world operated by such rules. There was no such thing as loyalty. They were only in this world to cultivate. Once they succeeded in their cultivation, they would leave this world and return to their original world in the primitive universe. I surrender too. Many people in the Dragon Alliance shouted their surrender. Bo Yi and the other vice leader of the Dragon Alliance had ugly expressions. They were defeated by Man Ku last time, but they did not surrender. This time, they would not surrender either. Chapter 34-39. Man Ku sneered as he looked at the members of the Dragon League. After a while, he said, you can surrender if you want to. Kill the two of them and you can surrender. Then, Man Ku pointed at Bo Yi and the other vice leader of the Dragon League. What? Kill the two of them and you will surrender? The other members of the Dragon League were shocked. That's right. Kill the two of them and I will reward you handsomely. Otherwise, don't even think about surrendering. Today, you will all be buried with Lu Ming. Man Ku's eyes flashed with killing intent and madness. You. How dare you? I am the prince of the Heavenly Saint dynasty from the primitive universe. If you dare to kill me, the barbarian race will be annihilated. One of the young men shouted. Hee, don't try to scare me with your identity. If I kill you, the people of the Heavenly Saint dynasty won't know. Moreover, killing is a common thing here. If you are killed, the Heavenly Saint dynasty will attack the other forces. Wouldn't that be a joke? The other forces will laugh at you. Man Ku sneered. The young man's face turned pale. Indeed. In this world, there were many prodigies from different forces who were constantly killing each other. Every day, there would be people dying in battle. If they all went to seek revenge, the universe would be in chaos. Kill the two of them and you can live. You will also be rewarded. Man Ku sneered. Many people's eyes lit up as they stared at Bo Yi and the other vice leader with killing intent. Bo Yi and the other vice leaders' faces changed. Man Ku, don't use this method to humiliate us. Bo Yi shouted. I want to humiliate you. What's wrong with that? Man Ku sneered. He was extremely unhappy with Bo Yi and the other vice leader. Last time, they didn't submit to him and chose to submit to Lu Ming. He could let the others go, but not Bo Yi and the other vice leader. Man Ku, let's fight to the death. Bo Yi roared, and his body soared into the sky. He transformed into his ancient god body and charged at Man Ku. The other Vice Alliance leader did the same and charged toward Man Ku. They would rather die in battle than be surrounded by the other members of the Dragon League. That would be a great humiliation. The two of them used their full strength and planned to fight to the death with Man Ku. You overestimate yourself, Man Ku said coldly. He opened his mouth, and the white bone flew out, emitting a terrifying roar. Instantly, Bo-E and the young man's souls were attacked, and their bodies trembled. Whoosh! Whoosh! Man Ku's bronze sword slashed towards the two of them. The two of them weren't as strong as Man Ku to begin with, and with their souls affected, they were sent flying. Following that, Man Ku slashed out 2 more times, slashing at Bo-Yi's 2 disciples. Bo-Yi's 2 disciples let out a muffled groan as they fell to the ground, a deep sword wound appearing on their bodies. Man Ku didn't continue to kill Bo-E and the other person. Instead, he looked at the people from the Dragon Alliance and said, "What are you waiting for? Kill those 2." The eyes of even more Dragon Alliance members lit up. Now that Bo-E and Yishuan were injured, killing them would be even easier. Many people were tempted. Man Ku, I'll fight you to the death. Bo-E roared. He erupted with all his strength and was about to charge forward to fight Man Ku. Bo-E, leave this to me. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. The voice was clear but abnormally cold, filled with cold killing intent. Hearing this voice, Bo-E and Yishuan's bodies trembled. Then, they revealed an excited expression as they looked towards the sky. The other people from the Dragon Alliance were also shocked. This is the Alliance Master's voice? It's the Alliance Master's voice. Many people from the Dragon Alliance exclaimed. How is this possible? Man Ku was also shocked. He was too familiar with Lu Ming's voice. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. But wasn't Lu Ming dead? How could he appear? Man Ku raised his head and looked towards the sky. In the sky, a young man stood there, looking at them coldly. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? At the same time, Qi Tongshan and the other 2 Vice Mountain Lords also looked towards Lu Ming. Impossible. Lin Xian roared. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A few days ago, he had used the 100 Layers Force Pagoda to blast Lu Ming down to the bottom of Fengyun Mountain. How could Lu Ming still be alive? The 100 Layers Force Pagoda was a secret treasure that he had obtained by chance. It was very mysterious. Once it exploded, it would form a gravitational force that would suppress the opponent. Back then, he had used the 100 Layers Force Pagoda to explode, forming the 100 Layers Force Pagoda. He was confident that he could blast Lu Ming down to the bottom of the famed mountain. Lu Ming was just a divine king. How could he still be alive after being blasted to the bottom of the famed mountain? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure it out at all. Swish! Lu Ming took a step forward and landed in front of Bo-E and the others. Lu Ming is still alive. The eyes of some people from the Dragon League flickered. They had been prepared to attack Bo-E and the other Vice Mountain Lord, but now they had given up on the idea and decided to observe the situation. Lu Ming, I have to say that you're really lucky. You didn't die even after that. However, you're too stupid. Since you didn't die, you should find a place to hide. That way, you could have kept your life. I didn't expect you to appear in front of me. Today, I'll turn you into a dead man. Man Ku roared. His eyes were extremely ferocious. If I don't come out, how can I kill you? Lu Ming said indifferently. Kill me? Ha ha ha, it seems like you're not completely fine after being blasted down from the bottom of the famed mountain. You must be out of your mind. Man Ku laughed wildly. He then shouted, Everyone, let's attack together with me and kill this person. He caused me to lose 100 Layers Force Pagoda. He must die. Lin Xian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body swelled rapidly. He turned into a golden giant ape with the Qilin battle halberd in his hand. At the same time, the other two vice mountain masters of Qi Tongshan also turned into primordial godly bodies. It seems like you have a primordial godly body related to the ape race. Just nice. Do you have the secret manual? Lu Ming stared at Lin Xian and asked. So what if I have it? Do you still want my primordial godly body? Ridiculous. Lin Xian retorted. It's good that you have it. Lu Ming showed some joy. As long as he could get the cultivation method of Lin Xian's primordial godly body and the primordial spiritual liquid, the Dark Ape Battle Clan would be able to cultivate. With these, he could even form an invincible army. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Kill him. Man Ke shouted. He waved his bronze battle sword and attacked Lu Ming. Roar. Lu Ming let out a roar. His body swelled rapidly and turned into the primordial godly body. In the blink of an eye, he grew to 10,000 meters. However, he did not stop. He only stopped when he was 100,000 meters tall. His whole body was shining silver. Lu Ming displayed the silver-armored ancient godly body. At the same time, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. He had already activated the battle character's secret manual to increase his fighting strength by 5 times. Wang. Chapter 3440. Lu Ming activated his ancient god body to the peak of the silver-armored ancient god body and clashed with Man Ke. There was a loud bang and the two figures that were 100,000 meters tall retreated. This move was evenly matched. Before this, Lu Ming couldn't defeat Man Ke without Qiuqiu's help. He would definitely be at a disadvantage in a head-on clash. But now, Lu Ming pushed his ancient god body to the peak of the silver-armored ancient god body. Without Qiuqiu's help, he could fight Man Ke head-on. The 8th transformation of the ancient god body. You. How is this possible? Man Ke was shocked. Lin Xian and the rest were also shocked. A few days ago, Lu Ming was only at the 7th transformation of the ancient god body. How could he break through to the 8th transformation in just a few days? This speed was too fast. Thanks to you guys sent me into the famed mountain and allowed me to have a fortuitous encounter. My ancient god body broke through smoothly. I still have to thank you guys. Lu Ming said calmly. At the same time, Qiuqiu wriggled and covered Lu Ming's body. Qiuqiu could change its size. Even if Lu Ming became 100,000 meters tall, it could still cover Lu Ming. Not to mention 100,000 meters, it could even cover 1,000,000 meters. To thank you guys, I will send you on your way. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and murderous, like 2 icy pools. Qiuqiu condensed into a battle sword in his hand and Lu Ming held it. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and charged toward Man Ke. Man Ke was shocked. He quickly controlled the white bone and merged it with his body, turning it into a white bone armor. This piece of white bone could only be fused with his body 3 times before it lost its effect. This was already the 3rd time. After using it this time, it would become useless. Man Ke's heart was bleeding, but he couldn't care less. Lu Ming's strength was already so shocking in the past. With Qiuqiu, Lu Ming could be on par with him. In fact, Lu Ming's attack power was even higher than his. Now that his ancient god body had broken through to the 8th transformation, his strength was even more terrifying. He was definitely not a match for Lu Ming. Clang! At the same time, Man Ke quickly retreated. He brandished his bronze sword and clashed with Lu Ming. A terrifying explosion erupted as a berserk chi swept out in all directions. Man Ke's body shook violently, and he almost lost his grip on his bronze battle sword. His huge body retreated like a cannonball. Kill! At this time, Lin Xian's group of 3 had already arrived, attacking Lu Ming. I'll kill you first. Lu Ming's gaze was like lightning. Brandishing his battle sword, he charged at Lin Xian's group of 3. In an instant, 9 sword glows appeared. After a series of explosions, Lin Xian's group of 3 had a change of expression, and retreated continuously. The 3 of them joined forces, but were unexpectedly repelled by Lu Ming. After repelling a few people, Lu Ming stared at one person and attacked. It was the three-headed giant wolf. The three-headed giant wolf let out a long howl as its three mouths continuously spat out terrifying beams of light. However, with Lu Ming's current strength, he had long surpassed it. With a wave of his battle sword, he broke through the beams of light and his figure rapidly followed up, violently slashing down. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere as the three-headed giant wolf was slashed horizontally. Two of his three heads were chopped off. A few days ago, one of the three-headed giant wolf's heads had been chopped off by Lu Ming. However, it had recovered in the past few days, but now, two of his heads had been chopped off at once. He was severely injured. The three-headed giant wolf retreated in horror, wanting to escape. However, this time, Lu Ming would not let it escape. His 100,000-meter-tall body continued to step in the air. He slashed with his combat sword and the entire void was shrouded by the combat sword. No, the three-headed giant wolf roared in despair. His full resistance was useless. A few days ago, before Lu Ming had broken through, his strength had already surpassed him slightly. Now that he had displayed the 8th transformation of the ancient god body, he was no match for him at all. He could not escape even if he wanted to. His attack and defense could not withstand a single blow. Like paper, they were split apart by Lu Ming's sword. Even his body was split apart. As the three-headed giant wolf roared in despair, his soul was annihilated by the destructive power, and he died completely. A deputy mountain lord of Qi Tongshan had died. At this moment, Lin Xian and Qiuqiu's attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook, and only Lin Xian managed to break through Qiuqiu's defense. However, after breaking through Qiuqiu's defense, their power was greatly reduced. They could only cut through the silver scales on the surface of Lu Ming's body, leaving only a trace of blood. Tyrannical God Spear. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. The tyrannical god spear appeared in his left hand. He swept Lin Xian and Qiuqiu's army with a move of total annihilation. Under the state of the silver-armored ancient god body, the power of wielding the tyrannical god spear was naturally stronger than before. With two booming sounds, Lin Xian and Qiuqiu's army were forced to retreat. Then, Lu Ming used the ruler's gate, void-shattering sword, moon of moon, sun of sun, and other secret techniques of the origin. They were all unleashed at Lin Xian's face. On the other hand, Lu Ming brandished his sword and slashed at the other deputy mountain lord of Qi Tongshan. This person had just been forced back by Lu Ming's tyrannical god spear. Before he could even stabilize himself, Lu Ming had already arrived. In his panic, he barely managed to block a move. Then, he was cleaved into two by Lu Ming and died. From Lu Ming's attack to the killing of two people, it had only happened in an instant. It was unbelievably fast. At this moment, the surrounding people finally reacted. They found it hard to believe. The people of the Dragon Alliance were stunned. They didn't expect Lu Ming's strength to be so strong. As for Man Ku, he turned pale with fright. Lu Ming was blasted out of the famed mountain. Not only did he not die, his strength had increased greatly. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, he was extremely terrified. As for Lu Ming, he had already launched a storm of attacks at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was slightly stronger than the other two. He could be ranked in the top 30 of this world's God King ranking. However, facing Lu Ming's storm of attacks, he could only die. Zzz. Each of Lu Ming's attacks contained lightning like Qiuqiu. Every time Lin Xian received a blow, his body would feel numb. As a result, his strength was reduced and he was no match for Lu Ming. Puff! Lu Ming slashed at his chest. A wound that was a few thousand meters long appeared. If he hadn't dodged in time, his body would have been cleaved into two. Man Ku, quick, come and lend me a hand. Lin Xian roared. Man Ku's expression changed. He was terrified. Then, he turned around and ran. At the same time, he shouted, Lin Xian, hold him off for a while. I'll get reinforcements to save you. Ah, Man Ku, you deserve to die. Lin Xian roared in despair. Man Ku was going to get reinforcements to save him. What a joke. Was it too late to get reinforcements now? He was obviously trying to escape. Don't worry. After I kill you, I'll send him to accompany you on your way. Lu Ming sneered. He attacked Lin Xian with all kinds of secret arts of the origin. He forced Lin Xian to reveal a flaw. Then, he slashed down with his battle sword. This time, Lin Xian couldn't dodge in time. He was hit. His body that was 100,000 meters tall was cleaved into two. He died completely. Man Ku's spiritual sense scanned the scene. He was almost scared to death and ran even faster. However, Lu Ming chased after Man Ku at high speed. Man Ku had to die. Lu Ming's speed was obviously faster than Man Ku's. The barbarian god physique was good at defense. Speed was its shortcoming. Chapter 34-41. Before Man Ku could escape from the Fengyan mountain, Lu Ming had caught up to him. When he caught up, he slashed his sword at Man Ku. Man Ku hurriedly waved his sword to block, but with a clang, his body retreated and broke a mountain peak. Following that, Lu Ming waved his sword again and slashed at Man Ku's chest. Zzz, the battle sword slashed at Man Ku's chest, causing sparks to fly and an ear-piercing sound to be heard. Break for me. Lu Ming roared and unleashed all of his power. Together with Qiu Qiu's power, they exploded. Boom boom. The rocks under Man Ku's body exploded continuously. Gravel flew everywhere and a huge crater was formed. In the end, Man Ku's attack was broken. A crack appeared on the white bone armor. Even Man Ku's crystal armor was broken and fresh blood flowed out. Ah! Man Ku screamed in fear. The defense that he was so proud of was broken. This made him extremely terrified. He would die like this. He hurriedly waved his bronze sword to resist, but it was blocked by the tyrant god's spear in Lu Ming's left hand. The battle sword in his right hand continued to slash at the wound. Puchi. The battle sword slashed into the wound and blood splattered everywhere. The power of lightning and Lu Ming's divine power rushed into the wound and exploded in Man Ku's body. Man Ku's body shook violently. His insides were in a mess and his organs were blown to pieces. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely die. However, Man Ku was a peak divine king and naturally wouldn't die so easily. He was severely injured and couldn't maintain his primordial divine body. His body shrunk rapidly and returned to its original state. No, don't kill me. Save me. Man Ku screamed hysterically. Go on your way. No one can save you today. Lu Ming said coldly and slashed down with his sword. But at this moment, a terrifying aura exploded in the sky. A huge palm grabbed at Lu Ming. The palm print whistled and the sky shook. The terrifying energy caused Lu Ming's expression to change. This palm print was fatal to Lu Ming. He couldn't care less about killing Man Ku and slashed at the sky with all his strength. Boom! Lu Ming's body shook as the battle sword struck the palm print. It was as if he had been hit by a planet. He was forced back several thousand meters before he could stabilize himself. And that palm print was also blocked by Lu Ming. A burly figure appeared in the sky. Guardian. That person was really the guardian of Wind Cloud Mountain and the descendant of the god of berserkers. The guardian Jin stood in the air, his body emitting a violent aura. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "This battle is over. All of you, disperse." His words shocked the others, especially the people from the Dragon Alliance. The Protector had actually personally appeared to interfere. According to the rules, the Protectors were not allowed to interfere in the battles within the various famed mountains, and allowed them to develop as they pleased. Only when people from other famed mountains came to attack this famed mountain would he intervene. What was going on? It will end here. Don't worry, after I kill Man Ku, this battle will be over. Lu Ming said coldly. You don't understand what I mean. Man Ku can't die. From now on, Wind Cloud Mountain will be split equally between the two of you. The protector said coldly. Ha ha ha, split equally? What a joke. Man Ku was defeated by me. What right does he have to split equally with me? Also, as the protector, you can't interfere in the internal affairs of the famed mountains. What right do you have to interfere? Lu Ming shouted. How dare you? Don't think that you can talk to me like that just because you have some talent. If I want you to die, it's as easy as crushing an ant. The protector said coldly. As the protector, you didn't interfere when the people from Qi Tongshan came to attack us. Instead, you want to interfere when we're having an internal conflict. I'll definitely report this to the enforcers. You'll be punished. Lu Ming shouted. Stubborn. You're courting death. The protector exuded a strong murderous intent. His terrifying aura erupted and formed a terrifying pressure that enveloped Wind Cloud Mountain. Some of the weaker cultivators were unable to withstand the pressure and fell to the ground with a thump, their faces pale. Since you're courting death, I'll kill you once and for all. The protector said coldly. He raised his right hand and a huge axe condensed. It exuded a terrifying aura and was about to chop down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face was extremely solemn. The protector's strength was definitely at the 4th layer Divine Lord realm and above. He was too strong and definitely not someone he could go against. He could easily kill him. However, it was impossible for Lu Ming to beg for mercy. If you dare to make a move, I guarantee that you'll die a horrible death. At this moment, a cold voice came from the distant horizon. Hearing this voice, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. That was because it was the voice of Wan Shen. Lu Ming quickly looked over and saw a figure flying over at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. Who else could it be if it wasn't Wan Shen? However, Wan Shen came alone and Blue Merchant wasn't by his side. Wan Shen, are you alright? Lu Ming quickly asked. Back when they were being chased by the barbarian race, Wan Shen was seriously injured and unconscious. His injuries were extremely serious and Lu Ming was rather worried. I'm fine. I've long recovered. Wan Shen smiled. Kid, who are you? The protector narrowed his eyes and looked at Wan Shen. His friend. Wan Shen pointed at Lu Ming and said. You're not from Tempest Mountain, right? The protector said. No. Wan Shen said. If you're not from Tempest Mountain, then get lost. You have no right to interfere in this matter. The protector shouted coldly. Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. This protector was really shameless. He didn't care when Qi Tongshan's men came. Now that Wan Shen was here, he wanted to interfere. Wan Shen ignored the protector and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Continue. Leave this guy to me. All right. Lu Ming nodded and walked toward Man Ku. How dare you? You're courting death. The protector was furious. With a wave of his hand, the huge battle axe slashed down at Lu Ming. I think you're the one who's going to die. Wan Shen shouted. A stone spear appeared and became extremely huge. It pierced through the void and hit the huge battle axe, causing it to shatter. The spear did not stop and continued to attack the protector. The protector was shocked. He never expected Wan Shen to be so strong that he could destroy his battle axe in one move. Although it was just a battle axe condensed from his divine force, it was still shocking enough. How dare you attack the protector? You're courting death. The protector shouted coldly and took a step forward. Heaven and earth shook as terrifying divine force erupted like a volcano. Barbarian God Fist. The protector shouted and punched out with both fists. In an instant, dozens of punches were thrown out. Dozens of fist gleams blasted toward Wan Shen with earth-shattering force. The moment the fist gleams touched them, the void exploded. The power was terrifying. Wanshen's expression was calm. The stone spear vibrated and stabbed out dozens of times. Dozens of stone spears seemed to have appeared in the sky and collided with the opponent's fist gleams. Chapter 34-42. Wanshen's attack collided with the Guardian's attack, causing the world to tremble. Then, Wanshen drifted back and the Guardian's fist force completely vanished. It was blocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wanshen looked like a figure of the younger generation, but to be able to block the Guardian's attack, this talent was too terrifying. More importantly, Wanshen's cultivation was at the Divine Lord realm, so why would he appear here? Divine Lords were not allowed to enter this place, and once someone broke through to the Divine Lord realm, they would be sent away. Divine Lord realm, how did you come in? The Guardian bellowed. Why do you care how I came in? You should care about yourself first. Wanshen erupted with soaring fighting spirit as he took a step forward. The stone spear became as large as a mountain as it pressed down on the Guardian. Kill! The Guardian bellowed as his body emitted a resplendent radiance. This time, a bronze battle axe condensed. This was the Guardian's origin secret technique. The Guardian was serious as he charged at Wanshen. Boom! Boom! The two engaged in an intense battle as the sky constantly trembled. Every collision was like a star exploding. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the victor. Wanshen's cultivation, Lu Ming was extremely shocked by Wanshen's cultivation. Before they entered this world, Wanshen's cultivation was at the second-level Divine Lord realm. But now, Wanshen's cultivation was definitely not at the second-level Divine Lord realm, or even the third-level Divine Lord realm. According to the experts Lu Ming had encountered in the past, Wanshen's cultivation had reached the terrifying fourth-level Divine Lord realm. How long had it been? Wanshen's cultivation had broken through 2 more levels, reaching the 4th-level Divine Lord realm. This was too terrifying. How could a Divine Lord realm's cultivation speed be so fast? It seems like Wanshen must have had a fortuitous encounter during this period of time. Lu Ming's heart stirred. This world was related to the primordial divine spirits everywhere, and Wanshen was formed from the bloodlines of dozens of primordial divine spirits. His talent was too terrifying. In this world, he was like a fish in water. With a little fortuitous encounter, he would advance by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, Wanshen and the Guardian exchanged over 100 blows. The more the Guardian fought, the more shocked and terrified he became. He had peak 6th-level Divine Lord cultivation and actually could not do anything to a young man. Below, Man Ku was almost scared to death. The Guardian was his backer. Now that his backer was blocked, who was going to save him? Bang! Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards Man Ku. Now, let's see who can save you. Die! Lu Ming said coldly. His huge body looked down at Man Ku. Help! Man Ku roared, calling for help from the Guardian. Get lost, brat! The Guardian roared. His body swelled up rapidly, turning into a 1,000,000-meter-tall giant that stood between heaven and earth. The Guardian had also cultivated the barbarian god body and had already reached the 9th transformation. His strength was extremely shocking. The gigantic bronze axe became incomparably huge. With a single chop, it seemed as if it could split the heavens and earth apart as it charged towards the myriad gods. Wanshen was fearless. With a long roar, his body emitted a dazzling light. One after another, origin source secret techniques flew out, shattering the void and charging towards the Guardian. There were a total of 18 origin source secret techniques. There were a few more than before. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions sounded. The Guardian's attack was blocked. 18 origin source secret techniques? How is this possible? Also, your primordial divine body. The Guardian roared in shock. His pupils contracted rapidly as if he had seen something unbelievable. He could become the Guardian because he was a peerless genius when he was young. Otherwise, how could he have awakened origin source secret techniques and cultivated the primordial divine body to the 9th transformation? It could be said that his strength was top-notch among those of the same level. An ordinary 6th-level Divine Lord would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. But now, he could not do anything to Wanshan even though his cultivation was 2 levels higher. Not only did Wanshan control 18 origin source secret techniques, but he had also comprehended each origin source secret technique to an extremely deep level. Moreover, Wanshan's divine body was too terrifying. Although it was only the size of an ordinary person, it had completely surpassed the 9th transformation of the primordial divine body. What kind of monster was this? Facing Wanshan's barrage of attacks, the Guardian could not even take care of himself. He no longer had the strength to protect Man Ku. Man Ku revealed a look of despair and turned to escape. Young Master Man Ku, leave quickly. We will hold him back. Over a dozen elderly barbarians rushed over. These elderly barbarians were nearing the end of their lives. They were not afraid of death and wanted to protect Man Ku. With Man Ku's talent, he would definitely become a big shot of the barbarian tribe in the future. He definitely could not die here. The dozen elderly barbarians were all peak divine kings. Moreover, they had awakened their origin source divine powers for the 3rd time. They were extremely strong and surpassed ordinary peak divine kings by a level. But now, facing Lu Ming, they could not withstand a single blow. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly and slashed out with his battle sword. A shocking sword light swept across the void. Accompanied by huge bolts of lightning, it blasted towards the elderly barbarians. Bang bang bang! These elderly barbarians were first struck by the lightning. Then, they were struck by the lightning. They exploded and died on the spot. The dozen elderly barbarians died tragically in an instant. Now, ordinary peak divine kings could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Moreover, there was also Qiu Qiu. After killing the dozen elderly barbarians, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to walk towards Man Ku and reached out his hand to grab Man Ku. Man Ku let out a cry of despair. Although he tried his best to resist, it was useless. He was caught by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was 100,000 meters tall. When he grabbed Man Ku, it was like grabbing an ant. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. In front of Man Ku's desperate eyes, he squeezed hard. Man Ku let out a cry and his body exploded. He died on the spot. Let's go. With Man Ku killed, the remaining barbarians did not dare to stay any longer. They all ran out of Fengyun Mountain, afraid that Lu Ming would settle the score. Lu Ming could not be bothered with these small fries. He focused on the battle in the sky. So powerful. So, origin source secret techniques can be used like this. Has he severed the shackles? Lu Ming looked at Wanshan's origin source secret techniques and sighed. Every origin source secret technique had boundless potential. There was a lot of potential to be unearthed. A newly awakened origin source secret technique was only the most superficial use. For example, Wanshan could unleash the power of origin source secret techniques to a shocking extent. When Wanshan used the Gate of Domination, a vortex would appear. There would be loud roars coming from within, as if there were terrifying creatures that were about to charge out. There were other origin source secret techniques that exploded with shocking power. Lu Ming heard that every origin source secret technique was covered with layers of shackles. However, they could not be seen or sensed by the naked eye. Only when one's comprehension of the origin source secret technique reached a certain level would one be able to sense it. As long as the shackles were severed, the power of the origin source secret technique would skyrocket. Chapter 34-43. These shackles were like a seal that sealed the original might of the quintessence secret technique. Once the seal was undone, its might would erupt. Every quintessence secret technique had more than one shackle. It was said that once completely severed, its might would not be weaker than that of a true primordial god. Its might was astounding, capable of shattering the universe. Of course, severing these shackles was extremely difficult. It was even more difficult than awakening in quintessence secret technique. Up until now, Lu Ming had not seen anyone other than the myriad gods who had severed the shackles of Quintessence secret technique. Lu Ming had not done so either. The myriad gods were engaged in an intense battle with the Guardian. Kill! The myriad gods roared, growing braver as they fought, their fighting spirit growing stronger and stronger. As for the Guardian, he grew more alarmed as he fought, his fighting spirit weakening. Bam! Finally, the Guardian was struck in the head by the myriad god's gate of domination. He retreated rapidly, his head spinning from the blow. If not for his profound cultivation and the 9th transformation of the barbarian god body giving him astonishing defensive strength, his head would have exploded. Even so, he still felt his vision blur as a large bump appeared on his head. Following that, he was infuriated. He was the guardian of a famed mountain, a peak 6th-level divine lord. For him to be struck by a youth was a great humiliation. Roar! The guardian let out a frenzied roar, intending to burn his divine power to fight the myriad gods, disregarding everything to slay them. Enough! At this moment, a dignified voice came from the sky, followed by a powerful pressure. The Guardian and the myriad gods could not withstand this pressure. Their bodies trembled as they retreated. A gray-robed elder stepped down from the sky and landed between the Guardian and the myriad gods. Lord Enforcer. Upon seeing the elder, the Guardian's expression changed as he hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. This is an enforcer? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had long heard that there were 3 enforcers in this world, their status above the Guardian, but he had never seen them before. Old man, don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. The myriad gods shouted. It's not certain who will be killed. The Guardian said coldly. Shut up. The enforcer shouted coldly and looked at the protector. The protector didn't dare to say anything else. Then, the enforcer looked at Wan Shen and smiled bitterly. Wan Shen, how about we let this matter go on account of me? From the looks of it, the enforcers knew the myriad deities. I'll kill this guy sooner or later. The myriad god coldly snorted and coldly glanced at the Guardian. The Guardian's face was unsightly, but he didn't say anything. He knew that there was nothing he could do to Lu Ming today. Even he would be punished. I have a general understanding of what happened. Man Xian, you have already violated the rules by allowing people from other famed mountains to interfere with Infonian. Do you understand? The enforcer said coldly. This subordinate knows his mistake. The Guardian, Man Gone, lowered his head and said. All right, since you're guilty, I'll strip you of your authority as a Guardian. Go back and await your punishment. The enforcer waved his hand and said. Yes. Man Xian nodded. Then, he turned into a streak of rainbow light and flew towards a direction, leaving that place. Lu Ming, are you all right? After Man Xian left, Wan Shen flew over and looked at Lu Ming worriedly. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled and shrunk his body to the size of an ordinary person. By the way, where have you been all this time? Also, where's Lan Shu? Wasn't he with you? Lu Ming asked a few questions. When the 2 of us entered, we appeared in an underground palace. The cultivation environment there is very good. I've been cultivating there for more than 100 years and my cultivation has broken through 2 levels. However, Lan Shu's luck is even better. He had a fortuitous encounter and is now cultivating in seclusion. I believe that he will look for you once he's done with his cultivation. Wan Shen said. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Blue Merchant was fine and even had a fortuitous encounter. By the way, Lu Ming, I came to look for you this time to bid farewell to you. Wan Shen suddenly said. Farewell? Lu Ming was stunned. Wan Shen bade him farewell. Where was he going? Lu Ming couldn't help but look at the enforcer. Instinctively, Lu Ming felt that this matter had something to do with the enforcer. Wan Shen wants to follow me to the cryptic world. The enforcer walked over and said. The cryptic world? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. Since you're Wan Shen's friend, you'll know sooner or later. There's no harm in telling you. In fact, this world hides a big secret that's beyond your imagination. The world you're in now is just the peripheral world. The real core is in the cryptic world. The enforcer explained. There's actually a cryptic world? Where's the entrance? Why haven't I heard of it? Wait. That door? Lu Ming's mind raced. He suddenly remembered that when he first entered this world, he found a huge, faintly discernible door on a mountain range. Could that door be the door to the cryptic world? You should have heard that as long as one's cultivation reaches the Divine Lord level or above, they will be sent away. Let me tell you, some people enter the cryptic world to cultivate, while others are sent back. The enforcer explained. Yes, Lu Ming, I've been to the cryptic world. That world is too suitable for me, so I want to bid you farewell. Wanshan said. Yes, Wanshan has the strongest talent among all the people I've seen. He's the most compatible with the primordial gods. It's unbelievable. If he enters the cryptic world to cultivate, his progress will be amazing. He'll definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Even I can't predict his achievements. The enforcer said. Go. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Wanshan. Cultivate well and strive to reach the peak as soon as possible. Lu Ming knew very well that Wanshan was evolved from the bloodline of dozens of primordial gods. His talent was too terrifying. Moreover, this world was the world of the primordial gods. It was very suitable for Wanshan to stay here and cultivate. He would definitely be able to improve rapidly. Following him would only be a waste of his talent. He was happy for Wanshan. Lu Ming, I'll definitely cultivate hard and help you out as soon as possible. Wanshan said with a determined gaze. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lu Ming smiled. Also, I'll leave the coordinates here. When Lan Shu comes out, he'll find this place. Speaking of this, Wanshan walked over and gave Lu Ming a hug. Lu Ming, take care. Take care. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Then, Wanshan followed the enforcer and stepped into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After the enforcer left, the scene was silent. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Now that Man Ku was dead, Lu Ming was the king of Fengyan Mountain. Are you guys going to surrender or leave? Lu Ming looked at the people from the Barbarian Alliance. Chapter 34-44. In the Barbarian Alliance, the original members of the barbarian tribe had left long ago. The remaining members were all sky prides from other tribes. When Lu Ming looked over, these sky prides exchanged glances and cupped their fists at the same time. We're willing to submit to the Dragon Alliance. Great, then stay in Fengyan Mountain from now on. The ratio of primordial divine crystals submitted will be the same as the rest of the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming said. As for those in the Dragon Alliance who wanted to attack Bo Yi and the others, he was too lazy to deal with them. In this world, there was no such thing as loyalty. Everyone was just a partner and a passerby. Once they left, no one could control each other. As long as these people could help Lu Ming gather primordial divine crystals, Lu Ming could not be bothered with them. Then, Lu Ming gave the order to integrate Fengyan Mountain. The entire Fengyan Mountain belonged to Lu Ming and became the 12th famed mountain to be unified. Alliance leader, you killed 3 deputy mountain masters of Mount Qitong. Be careful of the mountain master of Mount Qitong's revenge. At this moment, Bo Yi flew over with a grave expression. Oh, the mountain master of Mount Qitong? How's his strength? Lu Ming asked. Very strong. Although he's also a peak divine king, his primordial divine body has already reached the 9th transformation. He's far stronger than Man Ku and the others. He can definitely kill them easily. Bo Yi said. 9th transformation? Lu Ming muttered. His ancient divine body had also reached the 9th transformation and was at the peak of the 9th transformation. If he cooperated with Qiu Qiu, he might be able to fight against the mountain master of Mount Qitong. However, 30 years later, the legendary 14th famed mountain will be opened. Therefore, all the leaders of the famed mountains are cultivating in seclusion, trying their best to increase their strength so that they can obtain a great opportunity when the 14th famed mountain opens. Bo-E said. The 14th famed mountain? There are 14 more famed mountains? Lu Ming was stunned when he heard that. Aren't there only 13 famed mountains? Alliance leader, you haven't heard of them? Bo-E was surprised. Lu Ming shook his head. This was the first time he had heard of 14 famed mountains. The 14th famed mountain is very special. It's completely different from the other famed mountains. It's been sealed all year round and will only be opened after a long period of time. Once it opens, outsiders can get in. The 14th famed mountain is different from the other famed mountains. There are big opportunities and opportunities there. I heard that someone once brought out the fresh blood of the original God Spirit. That person successfully broke through the limit of the 9th transformation of the original God body and stepped into another unfathomable level. He condensed a drop of the original God Spirit's blood in his body and transformed his God body. Bo-E explained. Ancient divine ancient divine body. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. Divine too. Fresh? Blood Ming. Was. This was definitely a precious treasure for those who practiced the primitive divine body, and its effects were hard to imagine. Lu Ming was surprised. If that was the case, it would be explosive news. Bo-E shook her head. There isn't a living primordial divine body, but there are a few theories. One is that a primordial divine body was nurtured in the 14th famed mountain, but something happened before it was fully matured. The primordial divine body died and left behind fresh blood. Due to the special location, the blood was preserved and kept fresh. Another theory is that a primordial divine body returned to the 14th famed mountain and sealed his blood in it. However, there are many different theories and it's hard to find a unified theory. I see. Lu Ming nodded. In truth, there are many mountain sovereigns whose cultivations could have broken through to the Divine Lord realm long ago. But, in order to wait for the 14th mountain to appear, they suppressed their cultivations and stayed here because they wanted to obtain the great lucky chances within. Bo-E explained. Lu Ming nodded. He could understand. Normally, the primordial divine body would reach the 9th transformation and that would be the limit. If one wanted to break through to the next level, they would have to condense a drop of real primordial divine body's blood. Then, the primordial divine body would break through and become closer to the primordial divine body's constitution. Their strength would be terrifyingly strong. However, it was too difficult to cultivate by oneself. Once one obtained a drop of primordial divine body's blood and refined it, it would be much easier to condense one's own blood with the help of the blood. The mountain master of Mount Chitong, Dongfang Ke, has been in seclusion. However, if he hears that the 3 deputy mountain masters have been killed, he might come out and find trouble with you. Bo-E said worriedly. According to the rules, he can't just barge into Fengyan Mountain. Lu Ming said. Now that the guardian of the barbarian tribe had left, there would definitely be a new guardian who would handle things impartially. According to the rules, he can't come in and interfere with the internal affairs of Fengyan Mountain. However, he can challenge you in the name of settling a personal grudge. The guardian won't care. Bo-E said. Oh, it's fine. During this period, I'll be in seclusion. Once Dongfang Ke comes to challenge me, use this jade token to inform me. After speaking, Lu Ming took out a jade token and dripped a drop of blood on it. The jade token flashed and the drop of blood disappeared. When the time comes, you just have to crush this jade token. Even if I'm in seclusion, I'll be able to sense it. Lu Ming said. All right. Bo-E nodded and kept the jade token. Lu Ming headed towards the gap that led to the interior of the famed mountain alone. The eruption of primordial divine chi had basically ended and there was no one around. Lu Ming looked around and when he realized that there was no one around, he rushed into the gap and took out the purple copper coffin before flying down. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the bottom and sat down with his legs crossed. The purple copper coffin floated above Lu Ming's head and released a special aura to block off the pressure from outside. Then, 4 storage rings appeared in Lu Ming's hand. These 4 storage rings were obtained from the hands of Man Ku, Lin Xian, and the others. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Man Ku was needless to say. Lin Xian and the others were the deputy mountain masters of Chi Tong Mountain, so they didn't have to condense their own primordial divine crystals. How many primordial divine crystals had they accumulated after so many years? Lu Ming opened the storage rings and checked them one by one. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Ming's heart still thumped violently after checking them. He was rich, he was really rich. Man Ku had only been in charge of the Barbarian League for a short period of time, but there were more than 2 million primordial divine crystals in his storage ring. The main reason was that there were many people. There were more than 10,000 people in the Barbarian League, and none of them could condense 1 primordial divine crystal in a month. If one handed in 90%, they would have to hand in at least 10 primordial divine crystals. 10,000 people would have to hand in 100,000 primordial divine crystals in a year. Therefore, Man Ku had accumulated more than 2 million primordial divine crystals over the years. Chapter 34-45. The most shocking ones were Lin Xian and the other 2. The 3 of them were deputy mountain masters of Mount Chi Tong, so their share was naturally not that high. However, they had been here for at least 1,000 years, or even tens of thousands of years. Each of them had tens of millions of primordial divine crystals in their storage rings. The 3 of them added up to more than 30 million crystals. They were rich. The primordial divine crystals were of great use to Lu Ming. Not only did he need to cultivate, but he also planned to refine the Dark Ape fighting tribe after leaving this place. He would use the primordial divine liquid to transform the Dark Ape fighting tribe so that they could cultivate the primordial divine body. However, cultivation would definitely require primordial divine crystals. Otherwise, the progress would be too slow. Only with primordial divine crystals would he be able to progress rapidly. The more primordial divine crystals he had, the better. After tidying up, Lu Ming was in a good mood. After a while, Lu Ming adjusted his state of mind and began to meditate. All of a sudden, Lu Ming entered a wonderful state. His body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of warm energy. It was extremely comfortable. It was as if he was the primordial divine spirit that was being nurtured. In this mysterious state, his understanding of the primordial divine power factor and the primordial divine power factor increased rapidly. In 30 years, the 14th famed mountain would open. It contained the fresh blood of the primordial divine spirit and other opportunities. Lu Ming was also tempted. He did not want to miss it. However, the mountain masters of the famed mountains were not easy to deal with. Each one was stronger than the last. According to Bo Yi, some of the mountain masters were too strong. Before this, there were a total of 11 mountain masters. Without a doubt, they were the 11 strongest people in this world. As for the mountain master of Mount Chi Tong, Dongfang Ke, he was ranked 11th. He was the weakest among the 11 mountain masters. Lu Ming had no confidence in dealing with those people. He had to improve his strength. Lu Ming controlled 11 types of primordial divine power. Naturally, he could not comprehend them all at once. He had to comprehend them one by one. First, Lu Ming began to comprehend the Overlord Spear. Initially, Lu Ming had the deepest understanding of the Sovereign's divine power. However, over the past few years, Lu Ming had been using the tyrannical deity spear the most and was the most comfortable with it. The more he used it, the deeper his understanding. Gradually, he surpassed the Sovereign's divine power. From the very beginning, Lu Ming's comprehension of the Hegemon King's mystic power increased by leaps and bounds. The Overlord's godly power was progressing from the third awakening to the fourth awakening at an astonishing speed. It had only been a year, but Lu Ming's body was emitting an even denser ancient aura. The Overlord Spear's power was incomparably dazzling, covering Lu Ming's entire body, transforming into countless tiny spear lights that swam about. I've broken through. I've really broken through. I've awakened 4 times. Lu Ming was ecstatic. Originally, although his comprehension of the Overlord's spear force was the deepest, he had only broken through to the third awakening not too long ago. If he wanted to achieve the fourth awakening, he did not know how long it would take. But now, in just a year's time, Lu Ming's Overlord's spear force had already awakened 4 times. This speed was simply too terrifying. This was simply cheating. Continue. Lu Ming kept the Overlord's spear force and began to comprehend the Sovereign's godly power. In about a year's time, the Sovereign's godly power had another breakthrough, reaching the fourth awakening. Then, it was the Moon godly power. The speed of his cultivation was too shocking. On average, the various godly powers would break through once in a little more than a year. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming already had 9 godly powers that had awakened 4 times. There were only 2 godly powers left. By the time Lu Ming had been here for 13 years, the remaining 2 godly powers had also awakened 4 times. At this time, Lu Ming's 11 godly powers had all awakened 4 times, causing his strength to skyrocket. Now, although my cultivation is still in the 7th layer of the God King realm, my godly power should not be weaker than those peak God Kings who have awakened 4 times. Lu Ming revealed a confident smile. Previously, his godly power had only awakened 3 times. Against those peak God Kings who had awakened 4 times, he was at a disadvantage. His cultivation was weak to begin with, and his origin godly power was weak. Even if he activated the battle formula to increase his fighting strength by 5 times, it was still not enough to make up for the difference. He still needed to work together with Qiuqiu to make up for the difference. But now, in terms of cultivation and godly power, he was not at a disadvantage. Now, let's start to comprehend the origin secret technique. Let's see if I can comprehend the origin secret technique with the remaining godly powers. Lu Ming pondered. He had awakened a total of 6 origin secret techniques. They were the Sovereign's Gate, Overlord Spear, Void Shattering Sword, Moon of Moon, Son of Great Yang, and Primordial Divine Dragon Horn. There were still 5 godly powers that had not awakened the origin secret technique. They were the Demonic Path godly power, Wind Annihilation godly power, Profound Heavenly godly power, Heavenly Evil godly power, and Divine Eye godly power. First, Lu Ming comprehended the Demonic Path godly power. It was very difficult to awaken the origin secret technique. Every godly power seemed to be shrouded in layers of fog. It was impossible to see or touch them. But in such an environment, there seemed to be a mysterious power that pushed aside the fog, allowing Lu Ming to see the essence of each godly power. In just a month, Lu Ming succeeded. Demonic Qi filled the air. A stone-made saber that was filled with demonic Qi floated above Lu Ming's head. This was the origin secret technique awakened by the Demonic Path godly power, the Heavenly Demon Blade. Lu Ming held the Heavenly Demon Blade and slashed out. A vast saber light slashed at a wall. With a clang, sparks flew. Of course, the wall here was not something that Lu Ming could break. He did not even leave a mark. But Lu Ming was already very satisfied. The Heavenly Demon Blade's attack power was very strong. It possessed the domineering might of the Demonic Path. Then the second one is the Wind Annihilation godly power. Lu Ming put away the Heavenly Demon Blade and began to comprehend the Wind Annihilation godly power. This kind of cheat-like cultivation environment could only be encountered by chance. Lu Ming did not want to waste any time. He seized every bit of time to cultivate. Another month passed. The origin secret technique of the Wind Annihilation godly power was awakened. A pair of stone-made boots appeared, surrounded by a gentle breeze that was filled with destructive power. Wind Annihilation Boots was the name of this origin secret technique. Let's test its power. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Wind Annihilation Boots flew to his feet and fused with them. Swish! Lu Ming's heart stirred. His figure burst out, turning into a light shadow. With amazing speed, he appeared thousands of miles away. What amazing speed! Lu Ming was overjoyed. When he used the Wind Annihilation Boots, his speed would increase tremendously. If he used it with the Garuda technique, his speed would increase even more. The origin secret techniques that he had awakened previously were mostly offensive. He had enough offensive means. Now that an auxiliary origin secret technique had appeared, he was naturally overjoyed. Although the primordial divine dragon horn did not look like an offensive origin secret technique, he had not discovered its specific profundity. Moreover, he felt that the wind annihilation boots was not only fast, but also filled with destructive power. Its attack power was also very shocking. Chapter 34-46. There are still 3 types of divine power that have yet to awaken their origin source secret techniques. I hope that these 3 types of divine power can awaken auxiliary origin source secret techniques. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. To be honest, he had more than enough offensive origin source secret techniques. It was more than enough. Sometimes, support-type origin secret techniques could be of great use. For example, the Wind Destroyer boots could save his life at critical moments. Lu Ming was about to continue cultivating when his expression changed slightly. He waved his hand, and a jade token appeared in his hand. The jade token was shining. Bo Yi is looking for me. It seems that Dongfang Ke, the leader of the Qitong Mountain, has come out of seclusion. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Humph, then let's end this quickly. I'll come back to cultivate after I finish off this Dongfang Ke. Lu Ming snorted coldly. Then, he soared into the sky and flew upward. The foot of the mountain at the west side of Fengyan Mountain was crowded with people. A young man in a fiery red robe sat cross-legged on a piece of green rock, blocking the entrance of Fengyan Mountain. This person was the leader of the Qitong Mountain, Dongfang Quebec. He had been in seclusion previously. When he came out of seclusion, he heard that 3 of his deputy leaders had been killed. He was furious and charged to Fengyan Mountain. Of course, he could not kill wantonly in Fengyan Mountain because the new guardian had stopped him. He could only block the entrance of Fengyan Mountain and challenge Lu Ming. The people of the Dragon Alliance were looking at Dongfang Ke on Fengyan Mountain. There was also a large number of people outside Fengyan Mountain. Some of them were from the Qitong Mountain, and some were from other famous mountains. They had all heard that Dongfang Ke was going to challenge the leader of the Dragon Alliance and had rushed over to watch the show. Where's Lu Ming? Ask him to come out and die. A young man from the Qitong Mountain shouted. His roar was like thunder. We've said that our leader is in seclusion. If you want to fight, wait until he comes out. Bo Yi replied. Humph, I think he's scared. He's a coward and doesn't dare to fight our leader. That's why he's hiding. The young man from the Qitong Mountain sneered mockingly. Bo Yi and the others had ugly expressions and did not reply. If Lu Ming doesn't come out, we'll block the entrance of Fengyan Mountain. You guys can stay in Fengyan Mountain for the rest of your lives. The young man from Qi Tongshan said coldly. Although they couldn't kill their way into Fengyan Mountain, if the people from Fengyan Mountain came out, there would be no restrictions. They could attack as they wished. Have you sent a message to the Alliance Master? Someone in the Dragon Alliance asked Bo Yi in secret. I've sent a message. I believe the Alliance Master will be here soon. Bo Yi said. Even if he did, it would still be dangerous. Dongfang Ke has been guarding Mount Qitong for many years and is extremely powerful. Would the Alliance leader be a match for him? That's right. In this world, apart from the other 10 mountain masters, no one can defeat Dongfang Ke. Many of the Dragon Alliance members looked worried. Relatively speaking, the treatment that Dragon Alliance gave was the best. They didn't want Lu Ming to be killed just like that. When the Alliance Master arrives, we'll persuade him to bear with it and not accept the challenge. Dongfang Ke can't do anything about it. We'll stay in Fengyan Mountain and cultivate in peace. I don't believe that Dongfang Ke will be stuck here forever. That's right. Let's persuade the Alliance Master later. Many people were discussing this matter. The Alliance Master is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked in the same direction. In that direction, a young man was walking in the air. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? Soon, Lu Ming arrived in front of Bo Yi and the rest. Lu Ming, you're finally here. Dongfang Ke stood up and a powerful aura burst out. His body was covered in flames and the temperature was so high that it distorted the void. You're Dongfang Ke? Lu Ming said calmly. That's right. Dongfang Ke replied. Why did you bring your men and surround my Fengyan mountain? You're disturbing our cultivation. Do you know that my time is very precious? Lu Ming said loudly. After witnessing the heaven-defying cultivation effects in Fengyan mountain, Lu Ming wished that he could stay in there all the time. His time was really precious. However, Dongfang Ke thought that Lu Ming was humiliating him. He was so angry that the flames on his body trembled. Lu Ming, you've killed 3 of my deputy mountain masters. Now, I'm officially challenging you. Come out and fight. Dongfang Ke shouted. So you want to fight? Come on, cut the crap. After saying that, Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed out. Alliance Master, many people from the Dragon Alliance were stunned. They wanted to persuade Lu Ming to bear with it. However, before they could say anything, Lu Ming rushed out impatiently as if he was in a hurry. The moment he rushed out, Lu Ming condensed the Overlord God's spear in his hand. When he saw Dongfang Ke just now, he had already activated the battle formula. Now, he had successfully activated the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times. Boom! The Overlord God's spear pressed down on Dongfang Ke like a mountain. The void shook violently as if it was being squeezed by something. Then, it swept to both sides like water. Heavenly fire bow. Dongfang Ke roared and the flames on his body burned even brighter. At the same time, a fiery red bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring and a fiery red arrow pierced through the void and flew towards Lu Ming. Its speed was shocking. Boom! The fiery red arrow collided with the Overlord God's spear. There was a loud explosion as if the sun had exploded. Scorching flames spread in all directions. The Overlord God's spear shook and pushed the flames away. A bow-type origin source secret skill? No, it's just an ordinary origin source secret skill. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At this moment, Dongfang Ke continued to attack. His divine power surged and the bow grew rapidly. With a buzzing sound, more than 10 huge arrows flew towards Lu Ming. A terrifying whistling sound reverberated in the void. The temperature between heaven and earth rose rapidly. Lu Ming brandished the Overlord God's spear and attacked. At the same time, the Gate of Domination and the Voidbreaker sword appeared and attacked Dongfang Ke from 2 other directions. Dongfang Ke's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and the arrows quickly changed directions. They turned in the air and blocked the Gate of Domination and the Voidbreaker sword. Dongfang Ke was indeed a peerless genius. He had cultivated an ordinary origin source secret skill to the point where it was no weaker than an origin source secret skill. The bowstring vibrated continuously. This time, hundreds of arrows shot towards Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Dharma Body. Lu Ming took a step forward. 99 nine-clawed divine dragons appeared between heaven and earth. They pounced and blocked all the arrows. If it had been before, it would not have been so easy for him to block because Dongfang Ke had obviously awakened 4 times. But now, Lu Ming's 11 types of divine power had also awakened 4 times. Although his cultivation was 2 levels lower, he still blocked all the arrows. No need to test me. Get serious. I don't have time to waste with you. Lu Ming said coldly. He became one with his spear and broke through 2 arrows. He charged towards Dongfang Quebec. Dongfang Ke's expression changed. His body flashed and he retreated tens of thousands of meters. Chapter 34-47. Not bad. No wonder you could kill my deputy mountain master. Kill. Dongfang Ke roared. Caw. Following that, a sharp cry was heard as the eastern sparrow's body rapidly grew in size. Finally, it turned into a huge flaming bird. To be precise, it was a flaming bird. This was Dong Fong Kei's true form. He wasn't a human but a flaming bird from the Divine Beast clan. That wasn't all. After turning into a flaming bird, his body swelled again until he was 1,000,000 meters tall. He was covered in flames and looked like a sun from afar. Primordial Divine Body. This was his primordial divine body that had turned into a primordial divine sparrow. Die! Dong Fong Kei roared as he flapped his wings. Countless feathers flew out and turned into arrows that shot towards Lu Ming. This is the primordial divine body 9th transformation. How scary. Back off. The spectators retreated, not daring to get close. Dong Fong Kei had turned into the primordial divine body 9th transformation. With a flap of his wings, tens of thousands of arrows covered a large area. They didn't dare to stay. If one was hit by an arrow, only death awaited them. Wind-extinguishing boots. Lu Ming thought. A pair of stone boots appeared and fused with Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming stepped out. His body was like a stream of light, flashing continuously. He was even faster than Dong Fong Kei's feathers. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone could only see Lu Ming's figure in the sky. He dodged all the feathers and arrows and hit every single one of them. A speed-type origin source secret skill. Let's see if yours is faster than mine. Dong Fong Kei let out a long howl. Its huge body charged toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. His huge wings flapped, bringing with them a terrifying gust of wind and flames that filled the sky. They spread towards Lu Ming and covered the entire area. No matter how fast Lu Ming was, he couldn't avoid them. At the same time, Dong Fong Kei's huge claw grabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body was like an ant compared to it. Primordial Divine Body 9th transformation, and you want to fight with me? Naive. Dong Fong Kei's cold and arrogant voice rang out as his giant claws rapidly approached Lu Ming. Do you think that only your primordial divine body has broken through to the 9th transformation? Lu Ming's voice rang out, followed by a deafening roar. Then, Lu Ming's body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had transformed into a golden giant 1,000,000 meters tall. The terrifying aura of the gold-armored ancient god body spread out in all directions, shocking everyone. The 9th transformation of the primordial divine body. It's the 9th transformation. Oh my god, Lu Ming's primordial divine body has also reached the 9th transformation. How is this possible? No wonder he's so confident to challenge Dong Fong Kei directly. The scene was filled with exclamations. Wang! Lu Ming transformed into his gold-armored ancient god body and felt his body brimming with power. The Overlord God's spear trembled and swept out, bringing with it an endless storm. It swept away the flames from Dong Fong Kei's fan and then collided with Dong Fong Kei's giant claw. Boom! When the two sides collided, there was an earth-shattering explosion. A terrifying force swept out in all directions. Then, a figure quickly retreated. The figure that retreated was Dong Fong Quebec. On the other hand, Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. You've also reached the 9th transformation. Dong Fong Kei shouted in shock. In this world, as far as he knew, there were no more than 15 people who could reach the 9th transformation. Other than the masters of the 11 famed mountains, there were also a few deputy mountain masters of the strongest famed mountains who had reached the 9th transformation. Other than them, there was no one else. He had not expected that a previously unknown Lu Ming would also reach the 9th transformation. The 9th transformation. There's nothing to be proud of. Today, I'll suppress you. Lu Ming said coldly. His aura became even more violent. His cultivation was raised to the maximum. At the same time, a saber appeared in his left hand. It was the heavenly demon blade. Above his head, the gate of domination and the void-shattering sword appeared. Swoosh! The void-shattering sword was the fastest. It was the first to attack Dong Fong Quebec. At the same time, the gate of domination also suppressed Dong Fong Quebec. Lu Ming held the tyrant god's spear and the heavenly demon blade in his hands. He stepped into the void and attacked Dongfang, Quebec. Several origin secret techniques were used at the same time. The attack was like a raging tide, bombarding Dongfang K's head. Dongfang K roared and used all his strength to resist. His origin secret technique was a pair of wings. It could stimulate an endless amount of feather arrows that covered the sky. However, Lu Ming used the wind-extinguishing boots to dodge them one by one. Then, he pressed the tyrant god's spear. A dazzling spear light pierced towards Dongfang, Quebec. On the other side, the heavenly demon blade slashed out. The blade light whistled. An incomparably huge demonic blade cut across the void and slashed towards Dongfang, Quebec. Everywhere it passed, the feather arrows were destroyed. Dongfang K was shocked. Endless flames covered his body. They turned into two flaming swords and shot out. They blocked the tyrant god's spear and the heavenly demon blade. However, he was forced back by Lu Ming's violent strength. When the gate of domination and the void-shattering sword fell, he couldn't resist. He screamed as his feathers flew. His body was almost cut in half. Now, Lu Ming's divine power was not much weaker than Dongfang K's. When he used all his techniques, Dongfang K was no match for him. He was injured after a few moves. Flying Sparrow Slash. Dongfang K roared. His origin secret technique wings flew out and turned into a terrifying blade light. It emitted a scorching aura and slashed towards Lu Ming. He was unwilling to lose. He wanted to counterattack and defeat Lu Ming. However, the difference in strength was there. No matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Boom! Boom! Under the bombardment of several secret arts of origin, the pair of wings were sent flying. The tyrant god's spear pierced out and almost pierced Dongfang K's chest and head. This time, Dongfang K was truly shocked and scared. He let out an indignant roar and actually turned around to run. Lu Ming, I'll remember this debt. You'll pay for it sooner or later. Dongfang K roared. Then, he flapped his wings desperately and rushed into the distance. You want to leave? Stay. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He stepped into the void and dashed toward Dongfang K at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the sky-splitting sword caught up with Dongfang K with a swoosh and slashed toward his neck. Dongfang K was shocked. He quickly moved to the side and avoided the attack. However, he couldn't completely avoid it. One of his wings was cut off and blood sprayed into the sky. Dongfang K screamed. He was even more shocked. He condensed his divine power into wings and flew forward. At the same time, he controlled his origin secret technique to slash at Lu Ming. Explode! In the end, Dongfang K let out a loud roar. His origin secret skill wings exploded, turning into surging energy that charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved the tyrant god's spear and the heavenly demon blade and attacked continuously. Finally, he blocked the rolling energy. Unfortunately, this delay had allowed Dongfang K to run far away and disappear into the horizon in the blink of an eye. You ran fast. Lu Ming snorted. After this battle, he believed that Dongfang K would not dare to attack again. Chapter 34-48. There was complete silence at the scene. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually won. What terrifying combat strength. Such combat strength is enough to squeeze into the top 10. As expected of someone who could unify a famed mountain. He lives up to his name. Truly terrifying. Many people were discussing. Many people from the other famed mountains had their eyes flickering. Given Lu Ming's combat power, it was sufficient for him to compete with the top 10 powerhouses. Moreover, they had heard that the ratio of primordial divine crystals collected by the Dragon Alliance was very low. It was much lower than that of other famous mountains. They only took 70% and could keep 30% for themselves. The other famed mountains would have to hand over 90%. Many people were calculating in their hearts, wondering if they should rely on Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming's current strength was enough to protect them. The League leader has won. The people from the Dragon League found it most unbelievable. Lu Ming had actually defeated Dongfang, Quebec. This was far beyond their expectations. Many of them had watched Lu Ming progress step by step. His growth was too fast, and the speed of his improvement was too terrifying. They were all monstrous geniuses, but compared to Lu Ming, they were trash. Alright, it's over. Disperse. Lu Ming waved his hand and flew back to Fengyin Mountain. He collected the primordial divine crystals that he had accumulated over the years. After more than 10 years, he had earned more than 1,000,000 primordial divine crystals. After collecting them, Lu Ming instructed Bo Yi and the others before returning to Fengyin Mountain to cultivate. Following that, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the origin source secret techniques. There were still 3 types of divine powers that had not awakened the origin source secret techniques. After that, his cultivation went very smoothly. The main reason was that the environment of the famed mountains was too good. In just half a year, the remaining 3 types of divine powers had all awakened the origin source secret techniques. The mysterious sky divine power was the origin source secret technique that Lu Ming had cultivated. It was called the mysterious sky shield. It was a stone shield. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was a defense-type origin source secret technique that could save his life at critical moments. When Lu Ming turned into the primordial godly body, his defensive power was shocking, but who would complain about having a strong defense? Naturally, the stronger one's defense, the better. This way, Lu Ming had all kinds of offensive, defensive, and speed-type origin source secret techniques. It could be said that he had no weaknesses. This was absolutely freakish. One had to know that these were all source secret techniques. Their power could be unleashed to the greatest extent, and their potential was boundless. Others could only awaken one origin source secret technique. It was very simple, and they needed to cultivate ordinary secret techniques. However, how could ordinary secret techniques compare to origin source secret techniques in terms of power? Moreover, their potential was much lower. What should I cultivate next? Lu Ming began to ponder. Now, he had awakened all 11 types of divine powers 4 times, and all of them had awakened their origin secret arts. Next, there were 2 main directions for cultivation. One was to continue comprehending the godly power and the quintessence godly power factor, allowing the quintessence godly power factor to continue awakening and achieve the quintessence godly power factor. However, from the quintessence godly power to the quintessence godly power factor, it was too difficult. One had to know that the difficulty of each awakening increased exponentially. From the 3rd awakening to the 4th awakening, it would take more than a year. From the 4th awakening to the 5th awakening, it would probably take more than 100 years. Yes, even here, it would take more than 100 years. In the outside world, the time needed to achieve the 5th awakening would be even more terrifying. For others, the time needed was measured in stellar years. Now, there were only 16 years left until the 14th famed mountain would open. If he continued to comprehend the quintessence godly power factor, there wouldn't be much of a harvest in 16 years. Then, let's comprehend the origin source secret techniques. Lu Ming made his decision. There were 9 shackles on the origin source secret techniques. Every time one was unlocked, its power would increase greatly. For some origin source secret techniques, such as the Dominator's Gate and the Tyrannical God Spear, Lu Ming had already awakened them for a long time. After so many years, he had comprehended them more deeply. Perhaps there would be a breakthrough. Let's comprehend the Tyrannical God Spear first. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming had used the Tyrannical God Spear the most. Now, he had comprehended it the most. Next was the Dominator's Gate. With a thought, the Tyrannical God Spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He placed it in front of him and closed his eyes, entering a state of emptiness. His mind and the Tyrannical God Spear became one, and he began to comprehend it with all his might. Comprehending here, his understanding of the Tyrannical God Spear increased by leaps and bounds. However, it was extremely difficult to unlock the shackles on it. Time flew by, 1 year after another. In the blink of an eye, 15 years had passed. There was only 1 year left until the 14th famed mountain opened. At this time, Lu Ming finally had a major breakthrough. I see it. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly like two suns. A miraculous scene appeared in his eyes. 9 chains appeared on the tyrannical god's spear, locking onto the tyrannical god's spear like 9 runes, sealing the tyrannical god's spear. 9 shackles, I see it. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. However, very soon, the other 8 shackles disappeared rapidly. Only 1 shackle was left floating in the air. Slash! Lu Ming shouted. The tyrannical god's spear vibrated, and a powerful force burst out from the tyrannical god's spear, slashing at the shackle. This kind of shackle could not be severed by external forces. For example, Lu Ming could not touch this kind of shackle even if he used his divine power or soul power. Only the power of the secret skill of the origin could touch it. Dang dang dang, the power of the tyrannical god's spear constantly bombarded the shackle. The shackle shook continuously, but it wasn't broken. Dang dang dang, Lu Ming continued to control the origin's secret skill to bombard it. This process lasted for 3 hours. Finally, a crack appeared on the shackle. Almost there, almost there. Lu Ming was overjoyed and continued to control the tyrannical god's spear. Dang dang dang, with Lu Ming's continuous bombardment, the crack on the shackle became bigger and bigger. 2 hours later, the shackle was finally broken. Boom! Once it was broken, the tyrannical god's spear flew up and burst out with a terrifying force. What a powerful force! This force is several times stronger than before. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Once the shackle was broken, it was as if the sealed power of the tyrannical god's spear was released. Lu Ming held the tyrannical god's spear and casually waved it. The void exploded, and a terrifying whistling sound could be heard. Ha, my strength has increased by another level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With the tyrannical god's spear breaking a shackle, Lu Ming's strength had undoubtedly increased. If he were to fight with Dongfang Ke now, he would definitely be able to kill him easily. Now, Lu Ming finally had the confidence to fight with the top 10 mountain masters. He had heard that some of the top 10 mountain masters were extremely terrifying. They had reached the pinnacle in all aspects. In fact, they could have broken through to the Divine Lord realm long ago, but they had been suppressing it. These people had all kinds of terrifying means. It was normal for some of them to have broken the shackles of their origin's secret technique. Lu Ming wouldn't underestimate the heroes of the world. Chapter 34-49. There's still a year left. Let's study the Gate of Gods first. Lu Ming put away the Overlord God's spear and began to study the Gate of Gods. A year passed quickly. Lu Ming naturally couldn't make any major breakthroughs in a year. He only gained a deeper understanding of the Gate of Gods. Time's up. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and soared into the sky. He left the place and returned to the Dragon Alliance headquarters. Alliance leader, you're back. Many people are preparing to leave. Bo Yi said. The opening of the 14th famed mountain was a major event in this world. Countless geniuses would gather. Most of the geniuses would rush over, not wanting to miss this rare opportunity. If they could encounter an opportunity inside, they might soar into the sky and rule over a region in the future, becoming the master of a famed mountain. After all, it was only a matter of time before the leaders of the famed mountains left. They couldn't stay here forever because they needed to make breakthroughs in their cultivation. If they kept suppressing their cultivation, they would miss the golden age for cultivation. It would be a great hindrance to their future cultivation. Therefore, some of the strongest geniuses would have to leave sooner or later. Once they left, the famed mountains were destined to change masters. It would be a chance for others to rise. If they could obtain an opportunity in the 14th famed mountain, their battle prowess would skyrocket. After the other masters left, they could occupy a famed mountain. That would also be a great opportunity. How much could they gain by occupying a famed mountain and staying there for thousands or even tens of thousands of years? How many primordial divine crystals could they obtain? It was completely unimaginable. Even if they left later, they would still have a large amount of resources to cultivate in the future. It was an endless temptation. However, there were only so many famed mountains. In each era, only a dozen or so people could become the master of a famed mountain. This trip to the 14th famed mountain was extremely important and couldn't be missed. In fact, before Lu Ming returned, many members of the Dragon Alliance had already gone ahead. Let's go. Lu Ming gave the order and led the remaining members of the Dragon Alliance to the 14th famed mountain. The 14th famed mountain was in the southernmost part of this world. It was called the 100,000 volcanoes, which meant that there were countless volcanoes here. As soon as they arrived at this place, waves of heat assaulted their faces. Everyone used their divine power to protect their bodies and rushed into this area. When they went deep into the volcano, an incomparably huge mountain appeared in front of them. This mountain was incomparably huge, even bigger than the other famed mountains. However, the air around the mountain was distorted, as if there were endless waves of fire enveloping the mountain. This was the 14th famed mountain. It hadn't completely emerged yet and was faintly discernible. This area was already crowded with people. At a glance, there were at least a few 100,000 people. Lu Ming. A cold voice filled with killing intent rang out. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man staring coldly at Lu Ming. This person was the leader of the Chitong Mountain, Dongfang, Quebec. What? Last time, you ran away. This time, you want to die again. I don't mind sending you on your way. Lu Ming sneered. Such big words. Who can you kill? At this moment, another figure spoke up. Another young man appeared beside Dongfang, Quebec. This person was also wearing a fiery red robe and he looked quite similar to Dongfang, Quebec, Alliance leader. This person is called Dongfang Tianke. He is Dongfang K's elder brother and the leader of another famed mountain. They are also the only pair of brothers in this world. Each of them occupies a famed mountain and he is extremely powerful. He is ranked 6th on the Divine King board. Bo Yi explained. Lu Ming came to a realization. So he was Dongfang K's elder brother. No wonder they looked similar. What? You want to stand up for your brother? Be careful not to become a roasted sparrow. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Kid, I'll spare your life now. When we enter the famed mountains, don't let us see you. Dongfang Tianke said coldly. Of course, he didn't dare to make a move here as there were other leaders of the famed mountains around. If they attacked Lu Ming, the other leaders of the famed mountains would only benefit from it. Nearby, many pairs of eyes looked in their direction. Lu Ming felt that some of the gazes were as sharp as swords. So many experts. Lu Ming's heart was swept by these gazes. His skin could not help but tighten. These people were a threat to him. That's the leader of the Fiery Mountain. That's the leader of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Bo Yi introduced them to Lu Ming one by one. They were all leaders of the famed mountains. Lu Ming remembered them all. Alliance leader, that's the leader of the 6 Min Mountain. He's extremely terrifying. He's ranked 3rd on the Divine King board. You must be careful if you meet him. Bo Yi whispered to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked over and saw a young man in a black robe. His black robe was embroidered with all kinds of ghastly creatures. His eyes were like 2 pitch-black whirlpools. He was also sizing up Lu Ming with a strange smile. This person is terrifying. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was definitely a top expert. Dongfang Ke couldn't be compared to him. Alliance leader, there's Feng Qingxue. She's ranked 2nd on the Divine King board. Her strength is even more terrifying. Bo Yi looked in another direction. It was a woman in white. She seemed to be in her 20s. Her beauty was unparalleled. She was definitely one of the most beautiful women Lu Ming had ever seen. Such a beautiful woman was ranked 2nd on the Divine King board. There were many geniuses of the primitive divine body in this world. The fact that she was ranked second among so many geniuses showed how terrifying she was. Of course, the Divine King Board only referred to a certain stage of the Divine King Board. For example, a long time ago, there were leaders of other famed mountains who left after reaching the Divine Lord realm. Feng Qingshue's face was cold. Even her surroundings were filled with coldness. Many people kept a distance from her. Who's ranked first on the Divine King Board? Lu Ming asked. He was curious about how powerful the person ranked first on the Divine King Board was. He's not here yet. But he's extremely terrifying. His combat strength is shocking. Wait, he's here. Bo Yi's eyes suddenly widened as she looked in a direction. So did the others. They all looked in that direction. A group of people was flying over from that direction. The leader was a handsome young man in a blue robe. He had a jade-like face and a gentle smile on his face. The first on the Divine King Board, Murong Qiushue. Bo Yi swallowed her saliva and said with a serious face. Lu Ming knew at a glance that the blue-robed young man was Murong Qiushue. This was the intuition of an expert. This man was unfathomably powerful. Feng Qingsue and the mountain master of the Six Min Mountain looked very serious. They seemed to be afraid of this man. Dongfang Ke and Dongfang Tian Ke even had a trace of fear in their eyes. They seemed to be afraid of Murong Qiushue. You're all here early. Murong Qiushue smiled. He stood on one side and greeted everyone. He seemed very friendly. Chapter 3450. Murong Qiushue greeted everyone. He seemed very friendly and had a smile on his face. However, when he looked at Lu Ming, a shocking aura erupted from his body. The people around him were shocked and they could not help but retreat. What happened? Everyone was shocked. They did not understand why Murong Qiushue would suddenly lose control of his emotions and release his aura. Murong Qiushue's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Lu Ming, as if he wanted to pierce through Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with an ice-cold killing intent. Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. That fellow has a Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. At this moment, the Vitality Stone Spirit's exclamation came from the Vitality Stone that had been silent all this time. What? This fellow has a Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. Lu Ming's heart was shocked. The Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment he had before was just a fragment. The Rock Spirit had told him that the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment had a rock spirit that would find a peerless genius to become its master. Moreover, when two people with Life Spirit Source Stone Fragments came close, the rock spirit could sense each other. Lu Ming finally understood why Murong Qiushue would lose control of his emotions and release his aura when he looked at him, even releasing an ice-cold killing intent. Needless to say, the other side knew that he had a Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment in his body. I never thought that I would meet someone with a Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment here. I am a rather direct person. Take the initiative to give me the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment and I will spare your life. A voice entered Lu Ming's ears. It was clear that it was Murong Qiushue's voice. Is that so? I also want to say this to you. If you take the initiative to give me the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment, I will also spare your life. Lu Ming coldly replied. These words made Murong Qiushue's face darken. His gentle smile disappeared and what was left was an extremely cold killing intent. This killing intent was as cold as ice, causing the temperature to drop. This was the Flame Mountain area and the ground was covered in flames. But at this moment, under this killing intent, the flames seemed to be frozen. What is going on? Why did Murong Qiushue suddenly release such a terrifying killing intent? The surrounding people were shocked and they all retreated. Lu Ming and Murong Qiushue had talked to each other through voice transmission, so they did not know. Very good, Murong Qiushue stared at Lu Ming and said very good twice. Since the top genius broke through to the Divine Monarch realm and was sent away, since he sat on the throne of the first place on the God King list, no one in this world had dared to talk to him in this world. Even the second and third ranked existences did not dare to do so. It's him. Many people looked at Lu Ming, feeling bewildered. It was obvious that Murong Qiu Shui's killing intent was directed at Lu Ming. However, why would Murong Qiu Shui target Lu Ming? This brat has offended Murong Qiu Shui. It seems like we don't need to make a move. Qiu Shui, it seems that I have been in seclusion for a while and some people don't put me in their eyes. Very good, before entering the 14th mountain, I will exercise my body. A cold voice came from Murong Qiu Shui's mouth. Then, a stream of water appeared in his hand. The water kept wriggling and turned into a flying dagger. Xiao! Murong Qiu Shui waved his hand and the flying dagger turned into a flash of light, flying towards Lu Ming. It was fast, extremely fast. With a flash of light, the flying dagger approached him and aimed at his forehead. With such a fast speed, Lu Ming did not have time to use his secret origin technique to block it. At this critical moment, Lu Ming could only raise his hand to block the attack. Clang! The flying dagger hit the bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist. This bracelet was transformed by Qiu Qiu. With a loud bang, the bracelet almost exploded. Lu Ming felt a mountain-toppling force coming from his wrist. He flew back like a cannonball for several thousand miles before he could stabilize himself. What a strong force! Lu Ming felt an intense pain coming from his arm. It was as if his bones were about to break. His opponent did not even use his primordial divine body. It was just a flying dagger formed by a stream of water, but its power was already so terrifying. The number 1 on the God King list was indeed terrifying. So it's a metallic life form. Do you think you can save your life by relying on a metallic life form? Then I will kill this metallic life form as well. Murong Qiu Shui said indifferently. He was incomparably domineering. A terrifying aura spread out from his body and several streams of water appeared. He was about to attack. Hong long long. At this moment, a violent explosion came from heaven and earth. The sound came from the 14th mountain. The 14th mountain kept shaking. The surrounding space shook and a terrifying explosion came from it. The air around the 14th mountain was originally distorted, but now it had completely disappeared. It became calm. Looking from afar, one could see mountains standing between heaven and earth. The 14th mountain was too big. It was endless. The surrounding mountains reached into the clouds and the main mountain in the middle was like a crane in a flock of chickens, piercing through the clouds. The 14th mountain was opened. Everyone's eyes lit up. Shwa shwa shwa. Suddenly, countless people moved. They turned into streaks of light and charged into the mountains, as if they were afraid of being slower than others. Let's go. Dongfang Tian Ke, and the mountain masters of the other famous mountains also charged into the mountains. 6 Min Mountains mountain masters Feng Wuqi and Feng Qing Shui looked at Lu Ming and Murong Qiu Shui before charging into the mountains. Many people wanted to see the result of Lu Ming and Murong Qiu Shui, but there was no time. If they entered the 14th mountain late, the opportunity might be taken by someone else. When it came to opportunities, the slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. If they were late, it might belong to someone else. Alliance Master, Bowie looked at Lu Ming with a bit of anxiety on his face. You all go in first. Lu Ming waved his hand. If Murong Qiu Shui wanted to fight, then he would fight. Alliance Master, be careful. Bowie gritted his teeth and charged into the mountains. In the blink of an eye, only Murong Qiu Shui and Lu Ming were left. Kill! Murong Qiu Shui gave a cold roar. His body began to grow, finally turning into a strange being. This being was over 1,000,000 meters tall and had a dignified appearance. On his back, there were 6 arms. This was Murong Qiu Shui's primordial divine body and he had already reached the peak of the 9th transformation. He wanted to end this quickly and take care of Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Xiu, 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 his 6 arms swung out and 6 flying daggers flew at Lu Ming. Fast, accurate, and fierce. The might was terrifying, piercing through the void. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. Lu Ming was prepared this time and did not dare be careless. He directly used his ancient divine body, turning it into the golden-armored ancient divine body. The tyrant god's spear appeared and he instantly stabbed out 6 times. 6 spear glows stabbed out at the 6 flying daggers. Hung, 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 6 terrifying explosions rang out like 6 planets exploding. The shockwaves caused Lu Ming's body to tremble and he took 2 steps back. Chapter 34:51. So you've already reached the primordial divine body 9th transformation and the life soul source stone fragment chose you. You're really something. Brat, I'll wait for you at the 14th mountain. I hope you dare to come in. Murong Qiu Shui said in a cold voice with a gloomy face. Lu Ming's ability was beyond his imagination. If he wanted to get rid of Lu Ming, he had to resort to some tricks. However, in this way, he would be 1 step behind when he entered the famed mountain. He was afraid that the opportunities inside would fall into the hands of others. Leaving these words, Murong Qiu Shui took a step forward and charged into the mountains, disappearing into the vast mountains in the blink of an eye. This fellow is really strong. He's really terrifying. Lu Ming muttered, but he was not afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. Murong Qiu Shui was very terrifying and his strength was unfathomable. He definitely did not use his full strength when he attacked just now. Of course, Lu Ming did not use his full strength either. For example, he did not use the battle symbol art to increase his battle strength by 5 times. He also did not use his other origin secret techniques. Even the Overlord God Spear did not use its full strength. The Overlord God Spear Lu Ming had already severed the first shackle, but he did not release the power of the first shackle just now. Let's go. Lu Ming did not stop and also charged into the 14th mountain. Their goal was the highest peak in the middle. It was said that the true main peak was inside that peak. But it was very far from the main peak. Moreover, the 14th mountain was not only filled with terrifying flames and high temperatures, there was also a strong pressure that made their speed very slow. It was not easy to fly to the main peak. Hundreds of thousands of people flew into the boundless mountains and completely disappeared. It was like a few drops of water falling into the sea, not creating any waves at all. Lu Ming flew towards the main peak. After around an hour, he passed 2 secondary peaks and was still quite a distance away from the main peak. Such rich primordial divine energy, Lu Ming exclaimed. He found that the primordial divine energy of the 14th mountain was richer than that of the Fengyan mountain. There was also a special pressure. Cultivating here would definitely be better than cultivating in Fengyan mountain. But now was not the time to cultivate. He had to enter the main peak and obtain opportunities. Lu Ming's goal was the primordial god spirit's blood. As long as he could obtain it, Lu Ming would be able to break through and condense the primordial god spirit's blood. Just as Lu Ming flew over a mountain peak, a few figures flashed and flew out, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. Dongfang Ke, Dongfang Tian Ke. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. These people were the 2 brothers, Dongfang Ke and Dongfang Tian Ke. There were also 3 other young men with exceptionally powerful auras. Lu Ming speculated that they were at the level of the Deputy Hill Master. Lu Ming, I never thought that your luck would be this good. You actually survived Murong Qiu Shui's hands. Dongfang Ke's eyes were cold. It seems like Murong Qiu Shui is in a rush to enter the 14 mountains, so he let him go. However, your luck has reached its end, meeting us. We'll send you on your way today. Dongfang Tian Ke said coldly. Do you think you can kill me with just the 2 of you? Lu Ming sneered and looked at Dongfang Ke with disdain, meaning that he was looking for a beating. Lu Ming, let me tell you, my big brother's strength is far above mine. Moreover, this is the volcanic area. You will be suppressed here and we will be stronger. Today will be the day you die. Dongfang Ke shouted and his body quickly turned into the primordial god spirit. At the same time, the others also attacked and turned into the primordial god spirit. There was no doubt that Dongfang Tiang's primordial god spirit was also at the 9th change and it was the limit of the 9th change. As for the other 3 deputy hill masters, one of them had also cultivated the primordial god spirit to the 9th change. It seemed like he was at the early stage of the 9th change. The 5 of them charged at Lu Ming at the same time and launched their attacks. Endless waves of fire swept over, wanting to turn Lu Ming into ashes. The Overlord's spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he stabbed it out. Instantly, 5 spear lights appeared and stabbed at the 5 of them. Hong hong hong, there were 5 consecutive explosions. As the energy swept out, the 4 figures retreated. However, Dongfang Tianke did not retreat. His body only swayed a little. What a strong divine power. Dongfang Tianke's divine power is so strong. It's an ancient cultivation method. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He realized that Dongfang Tianke's divine power was incredibly strong. He could clearly sense that Dongfang Tianke possessed 2 types of divine power. Ancient cultivation method. Dongfang Tianke had also practiced the ancient cultivation method and possessed 2 kinds of divine power. This was the second heavenly legend that Lu Ming had met who practiced ancient cultivation methods. The first one was Chu Qingkong, the number 1 genius of the war god clan of the Taishu dynasty. Furthermore, Lu Ming discovered that the ancient cultivation method of cultivating various kinds of divine powers was very different from cultivating the heaven and earth myriad Dao art. By cultivating the cosmos myriad Daos incantation, one could cultivate many types of god power. However, the strength of each type of god power, such as the size of a star core, was the same as that of an ordinary person. However, the result of cultivating the ancient cultivation method was that one star core would be bigger than an ordinary person's, and each type of god power would be stronger and more condensed. Although Dongfang Tianke had only cultivated 2 types of god power, his divine power was so strong that it was comparable to 3 or 4 types of god power that an ordinary person possessed. This made his strength extremely shocking. Is this all you've got? Go to hell! Dongfang Tianke shouted. His wings pierced through the sky like 2 divine swords, cutting through the void. I'll kill your underlings first so that you can live a little longer. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out in Dongfang Tianke's ears. Then, a pair of stone battle boots appeared and merged with Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming took a step forward and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of one of the deputy leaders. Boom! Lu Ming activated the battle character incantation, which increased his combat strength by 5 times. At the same time, he transformed into the gold-armored ancient god body. 11 types of god power burst out as he stabbed his spear toward one of the deputy leaders. Fast, too fast. With the help of the wind destroyer boots, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere. The deputy leader's glabella was directly penetrated. His soul was annihilated, and he died on the spot. After killing the deputy leader, Lu Ming's figure flashed and charged toward another deputy leader. The gate of domination pressed down, and the void-breaking sword arrived first. The deputy leader was terrified and used all his strength to block the gate of domination and the void-breaking sword. However, Lu Ming had already arrived and killed him with a single spear strike. After killing 2 deputy leaders in a row, the rest of the people were terrified and quickly retreated to Dongfang Tianke's side. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Dongfang Tianke was extremely angry. He flapped his wings, bringing along violent flames that swept toward Lu Ming. Dongfang Tianke's secret origin technique was the same as Dongfang Tianke's. It was a pair of wings that were extremely powerful and had both speed and attack effects. At the same time, Dongfang Tianke also attacked. With a flap of his wings, countless arrows flew toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's mind moved, and a huge stone shield appeared in front of him. It was the secret origin technique, the mysterious heavenly shield. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows bombarded the mysterious heavenly shield and were all blocked. Chapter 3452. How can this kid have so many secret techniques of origin? Dongfang Ke was shocked. So what if he has so many secret techniques of origin? Kill! Dongfang Tianke shouted as he flapped his wings. They slashed at the mysterious heavenly shield like a heavenly blade, causing the shield to let out a loud boom. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure swayed and he appeared in front of the third deputy mountain master, kicking him. This deputy mountain master was very powerful. He had cultivated the 9th transformation of the primitive divine body and was not much weaker than Dongfang Quebec. He was also one of the top 30 on the Divine King board. He shouted angrily and threw out a punch to meet Lu Ming's kick. With a loud boom, the deputy mountain master was forced to retreat. The Wind Destroyer boots also had a strong offensive power. Son of the Sun! Lu Ming shouted softly. A huge sun emerged, erupting with dazzling brilliance. The flames between heaven and earth gathered toward the sun in a frenzy. Then, terrifying rays of light burst forth, shrouding the deputy mountain master. Lu Ming had the divine power of the sun and was not affected by the flames at all. Instead, the son of the sun was even more powerful. Ah! The light of the sun made the deputy mountain master let out a shrill cry. Damn it, Lu Ming, don't run away! Dongfang Tianke shouted as he flapped his wings and pounced on Lu Ming. He slashed forward with one of his wings and the void was split open. Flames were rolling as he slashed at Lu Ming. However, the mysterious heavenly shield appeared in front of him silently and blocked his attack. Then, the Gate of Domination, the void-shattering sword, and the heavenly demon blade all attacked Dongfang Ke and Dongfang Tianke, temporarily blocking their attacks. Lu Ming, on the other hand, attacked the deputy mountain master fiercely. Although the deputy mountain master was powerful, he was still weaker than Lu Ming. After blocking a few moves, Lu Ming's spear pierced through his head and he died on the spot. The 3 deputy mountain masters that Dongfang Tianke had brought with him were all dead. Boom! Boom! Behind him, there was a deafening roar, accompanied by a furious roar. Dongfang's Sky Sparrow was indeed very powerful. With a terrifying airwave, he blasted the Tianxian shield and the heavenly demon blade away, suspending them around Lu Ming. The 6th on the Divine King board really live up to his name. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Dongfang Tianke was indeed very powerful. If he did not use his full strength, he would not be able to defeat Dongfang Tianke for a while. Boom! Just as he was thinking about it, Dongfang Heavenly Sparrow arrived. His wings were like blades, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished his spear and exchanged blows with the other party. His body shook violently and he could not help but retreat a few steps. Of course, Dongfang Heavenly Sparrow also retreated a few steps. Lu Ming held the hegemon spear in his hand and pointed it at Dongfang Tianke. In the next moment, a shocking aura erupted from the hegemon spear. A spear gleam burst forth automatically and pierced toward Dongfang Tianke at an alarming speed. Dongfang Tianke used his wings to block the spear. Boom! Dongfang Tianke's body shook and he was pushed back. At the same time, dozens of feathers flew in the air. You've severed the shackles. Your origin energy secret technique has severed the shackles. Dongfang Tianke roared in shock and disbelief. It was extremely difficult to sever the shackles with the origin energy secret technique. As far as he knew, there were only 2 or 3 people in the world who could do it. Lu Ming had also severed the shackles. That was too terrifying. Little brother, run! Dongfang Tianke shouted and turned to run. Lu Ming was already powerful. Now that he had severed the shackles with the origin energy secret technique, he knew that even if he joined forces with Dongfang Tianke, they would not be a match for Lu Ming. He quickly ran. In fact, Dongfang Tianke's reaction was faster than Dongfang Tianke's. The moment Dongfang Tianke opened his mouth, Dongfang Tianke had already turned to run. Qiuqiu, hold him back. Lu Ming waved his hand and Qiuqiu flew out. It turned into a huge battle sword and slashed at Dongfang Tianke. Boom! Qiuqiu and Dongfang Tianke exchanged blows. They were evenly matched. If they were at the same level, Qiuqiu would not be a match for Dongfang Tianke. However, after Chiuchiu swallowed the broken sword, it turned into a broken sword and had incredible attack power. When it turned into a broken sword, it could barely fight Dongfang Tianke. Lu Ming, on the other hand, charged at Dongfang Tianke. Boom! The tyrannical god's spear pressed down. The void shook violently and exploded continuously. The terrifying pressure caused the ground to shake violently. Dongfang Tianke was extremely frightened. He let out a long cry and flames filled the sky. He put his wings together and slashed out. A huge flaming battle sword was formed and slashed at Lu Ming. He wanted to block the tyrannical god's spear. However, when it collided with the tyrannical god's spear, the flaming battle sword shook violently and exploded. From the beginning to the end, it only lasted for half a breath. The tyrannical god's spear did not stop. It continued to bombard Dongfang Tianke's body. Dongfang Tianke's huge body fell to the ground like a meteor. He crashed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. However, the rocks here were extremely hard. Such a terrifying attack only shattered a few rocks on the ground. However, the impact on Dongfang Tianke was even greater. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and many bones in his body were broken. Big brother, Dongfang Tianke roared in fear. If Dongfang Tianke died, he would not be able to live either. He let out a hysterical roar and attacked Chiuchiu crazily. However, Chiuchiu's vitality was shockingly strong. Its defense was also extremely strong. It was fine after being hit a few times. It was like a dog skin plaster that entangled Dongfang Tianke tightly. It was difficult for Dongfang Tianke to escape. After Lu Ming severely injured Dongfang Tianke, he did not stop. He swooped down and stabbed Dongfang Tianke with his spear. Dongfang Tianke was terrified. He tried his best to block and move sideways to avoid Lu Ming's attack. However, his defense was broken through by the tyrannical god's spear. Now, Lu Ming had pushed his strength to the limit. He had reached the peak in history and had completely surpassed Dongfang Tianke. Puff! In the end, Dongfang Tianke avoided the fatal blow to his head. However, his body was penetrated by the spear. The destructive force exploded in Dongfang Tianke's body. Dongfang Tianke's body exploded continuously. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Dongfang Tianke screamed in pain. Then, his body shrunk rapidly. He turned into a small sparrow that was only a meter long and flew away in fear. He turned into a small sparrow and tried to dodge Lu Ming's attack with agility. However, Lu Ming had the wind-extinguishing boots and the Garuda technique. Dongfang Tianke was severely injured. How could he escape? Lu Ming took a few steps forward and caught up with Dongfang Tianke. Then, he stabbed his spear. This time, Dongfang Tianke could not dodge. He let out an unwilling roar. His 1-meter-long body was no different from an ant in Lu Ming's current state. The tip of the tyrannical god's spear could completely envelop him. Chapter 34-53. Bam! Dongfang Tianke was stabbed by the tip of the spear and let out a cry of agony. His entire body exploded and his soul was destroyed. Dongfang Tianke was dead. Dongfang Tianke was even more terrified after Dongfang Tianke's death. He was careless and was almost hit by Chiuchiu's battle sword. However, he was still hit by the sword and hundreds of feathers fell to the ground. Lu Ming moved and appeared not far away from Dongfang Tianke like a flash of light. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to swear on my life origin to be loyal to you forever. Dongfang Tianke roared. He was really scared. Even his elder brother was dead. He could only die. He could not figure out why Lu Ming was so terrifying. When he fought with Lu Ming more than a decade ago, although Lu Ming was strong, he was only slightly stronger than him. He was far from being this powerful. Lu Ming had already severed the shackles of the origin source secret skill. He was sure that Lu Ming did not sever the shackles of the origin source secret skill more than a decade ago. Otherwise, he would have been killed more than a decade ago. In just a decade, Lu Ming had achieved such shocking results. He must have gotten a great opportunity. Swear loyalty to me? I'm sorry, but it's better to send someone like you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. Dongfang Tianke was definitely from a powerful force. He did not want to complicate matters. Killing him was the safest thing to do. Whoosh! Lu Ming attacked. The tyrant god's spear stabbed toward Dongfang Tianke. At the same time, Qiuqiu joined in as well. Dongfang Tianke did not stand a chance. He barely managed to block 2 moves before he died on the spot. Dongfang Tianke and the other 4 were all dead. Then, Lu Ming's body flashed and 5 storage rings appeared in his hand. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. These were the storage rings of Dongfang Tianke and the others. Dongfang Tianke and Dongfang Tianke were the leaders of their respective mountains. How many primordial divine crystals would they have? Lu Ming remembered clearly that the 3 deputy mountain masters of Qi Tong Mountain had contributed more than 30 million primordial divine crystals to Lu Ming. As the mountain chieftain, Dongfang Ke's net worth was definitely more than the 3 deputy mountain chieftains. In addition, there was also Dongfang Tianke, who was ranked 6th, and the 3 vice mountain masters. The primordial divine crystals inside were absolutely astonishing. Lu Ming merely used his spiritual sense to sweep over, and he saw primordial divine crystals piled up like a mountain. Ha ha ha, awesome. Lu Ming didn't count them in detail because he didn't have time. He just put away the storage ring first. Qiuqiu turned back into a bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist, and Lu Ming charged into the depths of the 14 famed mountains. It was very peaceful later on. Nothing happened. Lu Ming spent about an entire day before he arrived at the main peak of the 14th mountain. There was not a single person. It was quiet, as if everyone had disappeared without a trace. Soon enough, Lu Ming knew what was going on. He circled the main peak and discovered a huge cave. This cave was too huge. It was 5,000 kilometers wide, and shockingly tens of thousands of kilometers tall. It was like the cave of a huge beast. It was pitch black inside, and he didn't know where it led to. Everyone should have entered this cave. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he stepped out and charged into the cave. The cave was very long. Lu Ming walked forward for a full hour. Then, there were 2 forks in the road. Lu Ming frowned. The 2 forks were exactly the same, and he couldn't see any difference. How was he supposed to choose? He could only choose one at random. In the end, Lu Ming chose one at random and ran forward. However, before long, 2 more forks appeared before him. They were exactly the same, and he couldn't tell them apart. Lu Ming could only choose one at random, just like before. However, after walking for a while, he encountered another 2 forks. Lu Ming frowned. Was there no end to this? However, he was helpless. There was no better way, so he could only continue forward. Just like that, Lu Ming went through 7 forks and finally reached the end. Yes, it was really the end. There was no road ahead. There was a wall in front of him, and it was broken. I don't believe it. Lu Ming punched the wall in front of him, and there was a violent boom. However, there was no trace of the wall at all. Not even a crack appeared. What a hard rock. How can it be so hard? Lu Ming was shocked. The rocks of the famed mountain were indeed incomparably hard and difficult to destroy. However, with Lu Ming's strength, he could still shatter some rocks. But here, his punch didn't leave a single mark on the rock. This was unusual. Let's try again. The Overlord spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he stabbed the rock wall. Boom! The wall shook again, but the Overlord spear also shook violently and bent into an arc. However, there was still no trace of the wall. Still no trace. This is too hard. Let's try on both sides. Lu Ming stabbed the wall on both sides with the Overlord spear. However, the result was the same. The wall was immortal, and there was no trace left. Could this be a maze? Lu Ming frowned. In this situation, he could only return to the nearest fork and walk along another path. On the way, Lu Ming also experimented. He used the Overlord's spear to bombard the wall, but there was still no trace left. Lu Ming could only give up. It seemed that it was impossible to destroy the wall. He could only find a way. Sure enough, not long after he moved forward, there was another fork in the road. This time, there were 3 paths in front of him. Lu Ming casually chose a path and kept moving forward. After passing through a few forks in the road, he reached the end and saw a wall. Lu Ming was helpless and could only return to the previous fork. Something's not right. When Lu Ming returned to the previous fork, his face changed greatly. He clearly remembered that this was a 3-forked road before, but now, it had become a 5-forked road. The most important thing was that the path he came from before had disappeared. How could he get out? This was a moving maze. Each path was constantly changing. In other words, if he couldn't find the exit, he wouldn't even have a way out. The most important thing was that Lu Ming didn't even know which path he had just taken. Because if he went forward and went back, the path he took just now might have changed. Moreover, the wall was incomparably hard. He couldn't leave a mark. How could he do this? If I can't leave a mark, I can at least leave an item. Lu Ming took out an ordinary divine crystal and threw it at the intersection he had just walked through. This way, as long as there was a mark at the intersection he had walked through, he would know that he had walked through it. As long as he didn't walk through it, he would walk out sooner or later. However, what made him dumbfounded was that when the divine crystal fell to the ground, the rock actually squirmed and swallowed the divine crystal. Then, the rock returned to its original state. Chapter 3454. You can't do this. Lu Ming was speechless. He took out another piece of divine crystal, but the result was the same. I don't believe it. Let's try something else. Then, Lu Ming took out a fragment of a divine weapon and threw it on the ground. The result was the same. It was swallowed by the ground. He took out the refining materials, medicinal herbs, and medicinal pills. No matter what he took out, as long as he threw it on the ground, it would be swallowed. This place doesn't allow people to make marks. Am I supposed to rely on my luck? If I'm lucky, I'll be able to get out, but if I'm unlucky, I'll be trapped here? Lu Ming was speechless. In the end, Lu Ming could only brace himself and move forward. Just like that, Lu Ming walked around in circles for 10 days, but he still couldn't find the exit. On this day, when Lu Ming came to a fork in the road, his body suddenly flashed. 2 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and blocked his way. Finally, one of you is here. Hee hee, another mark. One of the young men sneered and stared at Lu Ming. You don't know me? Lu Ming was surprised. Do we have to know you? You're just a 7th heaven divine king. Do you think we know you? The other young man said disdainfully. It seemed that not everyone had seen Lu Ming before. By the way, you said there would be another mark. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. It's okay to tell you. This maze will swallow everything, so it's impossible to make a mark. However, it won't swallow living things. So, as long as we beat you half to death, seal your cultivation, and throw you at a fork in the road, won't there be another mark? One of the young men explained. Yeah, that's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? Lu Ming clapped his hands. He had thought wrongly before and thought of marking things. He didn't expect to use living things as a mark. That's right. If the wall swallowed living things, wouldn't he be swallowed too? Kid, do you understand now? Be a good boy and be a mark. We'll go easy on you. A young man laughed sinisterly as he and another young man rushed towards Lu Ming. Then, a loud rumbling noise sounded. After a few breaths of time, 2 youths howled in grief. They each laid on a fork in the road, their faces bruised and swollen. They couldn't move at all. Lu Ming clapped his hands and said, "Be a good symbol." Lu Ming smiled and walked towards an unmarked intersection. Not long after, Lu Ming came to another fork in the road. To his surprise, he discovered that there was a young man lying on the ground at one of the junctions. His eyes were rolled back weakly. Obviously, many people had already thought of this idea and started to use people as markers. After seeing Lu Ming, the young man hurriedly shouted, "Brother, save me, save me. Don't worry about being a mark. With your cultivation base, you might get killed if you fight for the opportunity. I'm doing this for your own good," Lu Ming said earnestly before walking towards an unmarked intersection. Sure enough, he found that he would often see some markers at the next fork in the road. Of course, there were also some ignorant people who wanted to make a move on Lu Ming and make Lu Ming a mark. In the end, they ended up becoming a mark themselves. Of course, not everyone wanted to make a move on Lu Ming. Some people knew Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed and they turned to run. Just like that, Lu Ming wandered around for another 10 days. As time passed, more and more markers appeared at the forks. There were hundreds of thousands of people entering the maze this time. Although the maze was huge, it was impossible for there to be so many intersections. Therefore, in the end, all the intersections that were not accessible were marked out. Lu Ming walked more and more smoothly and his speed became faster and faster. After another day, Lu Ming finally saw light. In front of him, he saw the exit. Lu Ming was overjoyed and strode towards the exit. Out of the cave, there was a huge platform. In front of the platform, there was an abyss. Below the abyss, there was a scorching aura. He could even see the flames dancing. But these flames were pure black and looked like demonic flames. Above the abyss, there was a stone bridge that led to the front. At the end of the bridge, there was a young man standing with his hands behind his back, blocking the bridge. Around the platform, there were many young men, at least 1,000 of them. These people were angrily staring at the young man, but they did not dare to make a move because the young man was Murong Qiu Shui. "Murong Qiu Shui, you've been blocking this bridge, what is your meaning? If you don't want to cross the bridge, then don't block us." The second-ranked Feng Qing Shui shouted. "That's right, Murong Qiu Shui, move aside. Although you are strong, there are so many of us, you are not a match for us." The third-ranked 6 Min Mountain's mountain master coldly said. Of all the people present, only they dared to talk to Murong Qiu Shui like this. "I am waiting for someone. When I see someone, you can naturally go over," Murong Qiu Shui lightly said. "What does it matter to us that you are waiting for someone? Move aside." Feng Qing Shui loudly shouted, her aura becoming stronger. "Coming." At this time, Murong Qiu Shui opened his mouth and looked at the entrance of the maze. Everyone's eyes couldn't help looking over and they found that it was Lu Ming. "It's him." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like Murong Qiu Shui was waiting for Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming here. "Little brat, you're finally here. This is the place I chose for you to be buried. How about it? Are you satisfied?" Murong Qiu Shui indifferently said. He walked towards Lu Ming and moved aside from the bridge. "Let's go." When Murong Qiu Shui moved aside, there were people who charged towards the stone bridge. It was very calm and there was nothing strange. These people quickly crossed the stone bridge and disappeared on the other side. "Let's go too." Feng Qing Shui, the 6 Min Mountain's mountain master, and the others all moved, charging towards the stone bridge. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Ming and Murong Qiu Shui were left on the platform. This time, Murong Qiu Shui was not in a rush. This was because he was the first one to pass through the maze and he had already crossed the stone bridge, entering the other side. But the other side was not calm. If he wanted to pass, it would not be easy. Letting these people pass first would save him some energy. It wouldn't be too late for him to rush over after killing Lu Ming. Then let's see if you have the skills. The Tyrant God Spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the battle character art to increase his battle strength by 5 times. His body began to grow as he turned into a golden-armored ancient god. Facing Murong Qiu Shui, Lu Ming did not dare be careless. He used his full strength as soon as he attacked. At the same time, Murong Qiu Shui also released his primordial divine body, turning it into 6 arms. He looked very dignified, just like a Buddha. Streams of water appeared, turning into 6 flying daggers. Kill. This time, before Murong Qiu Shui could make a move, Lu Ming made a move first. He had already activated the battle character art to increase his battle strength by 5 times. The wind-extinguishing boots appeared and fused with Lu Ming's feet, increasing Lu Ming's speed to its peak. A spear glow flew out, stabbing at Murong Qiu Shui's forehead. Chapter 34:55. Lu Ming's spear stabbed at Murong Qiu Shui's forehead as fast as lightning. But before the spear could reach him, a flying dagger flew out from Murong Qiu Shui's hand. Fast, too fast. Lu Ming had never seen an attack faster than this. Even if it was Emperor Sword One's sword, it still wouldn't be enough. Dang! The flying dagger collided with the spear and released a terrifying explosion. The Overlord God's spear trembled and buzzed without stopping. Shio, shio, shio. At the same time, the 5 flying daggers in Murong Qiu Shui's other 5 hands also shot out. They turned into 5 bolts of lightning and shot at Lu Ming's forehead, throat, and heart. Profound Sky Shield. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and the Profound Sky Shield appeared in front of him, blocking his entire body. However, the 5 flying daggers actually made a turn and flew behind Lu Ming to launch an attack. Void-shattering sword, ruler's gate, heavenly demon blade. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and several origin secret techniques appeared, flying at the 5 flying daggers. At the same time, the Overlord God's spear wildly swept behind him. Hong, hong, hong. With a series of explosions, the 5 flying daggers were all blocked. So many origin secret techniques, it seems like your cultivation technique is not small. Not bad. Not only can I obtain the Life Soul Source Stone by killing you, I can also obtain your cultivation technique, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Murong Qiu Shui's cold voice sounded and his killing intent became even stronger. His aura became stronger and his divine power became brighter. Finally, a flying dagger appeared. This flying dagger was no longer condensed from water, but rather a stone dagger. It released an ancient aura. This was Murong Qiu Shui's origin secret technique. But it did not stop there. After the first flying dagger appeared, a second one appeared, and then a third one appeared. In the end, there were actually 9 stone flying daggers that appeared around Murong Qiu Shui. 9 kinds of origin secret techniques? No, it's just one. Lu Ming's eyes opened wide in shock. In the beginning, he thought that Murong Qiu Shui had 9 kinds of origin secret techniques, but looking carefully, he found that this wasn't right. The 9 flying daggers came from the same source and were clearly the same origin secret technique. Could this be a saber formation? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He instinctively felt that these 9 flying daggers must be very powerful. Most people would only awaken one origin secret skill, such as Lu Ming's Gate of Domination, Hegemon Spear, Heavenly Demon Blade, Tianxian Shield, and so on. However, there was no rule stating that one could only awaken one origin source secret technique. Origin secret techniques were just a type of secret technique. Secret techniques were ever-changing. For example, the wind-extinguishing boots only had 2 pieces. It wasn't surprising that there were 9 of them. Lu Ming had heard that there were some origin source secret techniques that could be used to form a sword formation or even an army. Generally, those kinds of secret techniques were very powerful. Have a taste of my immortal slaying flying saber. Kill! Murong Qiu Shui roared out. With a wave of his hand, 9 flying daggers flew out at Lu Ming. It was as if they pierced through space and appeared in front of Lu Ming in a flash. Lu Ming didn't dare be careless. He controlled various origin source secret techniques to fly out, wanting to block the immortal slaying flying saber. The void-shattering sword was the fastest. In a flash, it collided with one of the immortal slaying flying saber, exploding with a terrifying explosion. The void-shattering sword trembled and was sent flying back. Then it was the heavenly devil blade, the immemorial dragon god's horn, and the others. They collided with the immortal slaying flying saber and were sent flying back one by one. Dang! Lu Ming stabbed out with the hegemon spear and collided with one of the immortal slaying flying saber. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying power surging towards Lu Ming. His body trembled and he couldn't help retreating. It really is a saber formation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The 9 flying daggers were arranged in a mysterious position. The power of each flying dagger was shockingly strong. Shio, the remaining flying daggers flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the profound sky shield and the gate of sovereigns to protect his body. Dang, dang, dang. The immortal slaying flying saber collided with the profound sky shield and the gate of sovereigns, causing a terrifying explosion. It shook violently as if they would explode at any time. Whoosh! Lu Ming's body was sent flying back by the powerful force. Murong Qiu Shui is indeed the number 1 on the God King list. The origin source secret technique, flying saber formation, is too powerful. Dongfang Tianke is no match for this saber formation. Lu Ming's mind was racing, but the other party's flying daggers did not stop attacking. They collided with Lu Ming's origin secret skill. Lu Ming was blasted back by the powerful force until he retreated to the edge of the abyss. It seems like I have to activate the true power of the hegemon spear. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a cold glint. He planned to activate the power of the hegemon spear after severing a shackle. Lu Ming, there's no need to fight to the death with him. Take a step back first. The demon fire below the abyss is useful to me, but it can't hurt you. At this moment, Bone Demon's voice sounded. The demon fire is useful to you? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he immediately understood Bone Demon's meaning. The demon fire was a terrifying flame that could burn a person's body and soul. The abyss was filled with this kind of flame. With their cultivation below the divine monarch realm, they would definitely die if they went down. However, Bone Demon said that the demon fire was useful to him and it couldn't hurt Lu Ming. His meaning was very simple. He wanted Lu Ming to go down first and let Murong Qiu Shui think that Lu Ming was dead. Then Lu Ming would follow behind and watch the tigers fight. He would let the other prodigies compete with each other while he reaped the benefits. To be honest, Murong Qiu Shui was very strong. It was said that the top 3 people on the God King list all had their origin secret technique severed a shackle. Murong Qiu Shui clearly hadn't activated this power yet, otherwise it would be even more shocking. Even if Lu Ming activated the power of the hegemon spear, he might not be able to beat Murong Qiu Shui. This was a true peerless prodigy that came from a large race in the universe. To be recognized by the life spirit source stone, how could he be weak? Lu Ming's cultivation was 2 levels lower and this was his biggest weakness. Brat, hand over the life spirit source stone and the cultivation technique you cultivate. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the abyss and let you die without a burial. Murong Qiu Shui coldly shouted. If you want to make a move, then make your move. Stop wasting words. Lu Ming coldly said. You're seeking death. Murong Qiu Shui angrily roared, but he still hesitated. If he threw Lu Ming into the abyss, he wouldn't be able to obtain anything. But at this time, Lu Ming suddenly hit a flying dagger with his spear and there was a loud explosion. Lu Ming's body shook and he was sent flying above the abyss. When Lu Ming flew above the abyss, there was a powerful force that swept over Lu Ming and directly pulled Lu Ming into the abyss. No, damn it. Murong Qiu Shui angrily roared as he watched Lu Ming fall into the abyss and disappear. He wasn't worried about Lu Ming's safety, but rather he couldn't obtain the life spirit source stone and cultivation technique from Lu Ming. This made him very angry. At this moment, he hated Lu Ming to the bone. If he wanted to die, then he should have died. Why didn't he give him the Life Spirit Source Stone and cultivation technique? Chapter 3456. No matter, the Life Soul Source Stone fragments are peerless treasures, a trivial demon Azura's flame can't destroy them. You go and fight for the primordial divine spirit's blood first. I'll think of a way to let you enter the demon Azura's flame and obtain the other party's Life Soul Source Stone fragments. A voice came from Murong Choshue's body. This voice came from the Life Soul Source Stone spirit in his body. Alright, we can only do this for now. Murong Choshue nodded. His face was gloomy as killing intent flickered. Then he stepped onto the stone bridge and left this place. Lu Ming was swept away by a power and couldn't help falling into the abyss. Immediately, the demon Azura's flame enveloped him, causing intense pain to come from Lu Ming's body, as if he was being torn apart. Bone Demon, the fire is burning your butt, quickly block the demon Azura's flame. Lu Ming quickly sent a voice transmission to Bone Demon. No rush, the demon Azura's flame has a very good tempering effect on the divine body and soul. Your primordial divine body has been improving too quickly during this time, so it's a good time to polish it. At the same time, it's also beneficial to your soul, increasing its strength. Bone Demon's voice came out. Lu Ming was speechless, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Soon, the demon Azura's flame enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's flame seeped into Lu Ming's body and even into Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and opened the frightening feather painting, allowing the demon Azura's flame to envelop his soul. Zzz suddenly, there was the sound of barbecuing. Lu Ming took in a cold breath. It was too painful, Lu Ming almost roared out. Luckily, Lu Ming held back in the end. Soon, Lu Ming fell to the bottom of the abyss. More and more demon Azura's flame gathered around Lu Ming, becoming denser and denser. Lu Ming's body began to emit a burnt smell. Bone Demon, I can't take it anymore. The flames are too strong, if this continues, I'll be burned to ashes. Lu Ming shouted. The demon Azura's flame was too strong, it exceeded the range he could resist. Let me. Bone Devil's voice came out, and then it flew out from Lu Ming's forehead. His entire body was made up of pitch-black bones. At this moment, there seemed to be an attractive force. The surrounding Mo Luo's fire was constantly gathering towards the Bone Demon's body. The Mo Luo's fire enveloping Lu Ming's body naturally became much fainter. Finally, it was within Lu Ming's tolerance range. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and silently endured the test of Mara's fire. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lu Ming felt that many impurities had been burned out of his god body. His body had become much purer. The biggest change was in his soul. At this moment, Lu Ming's soul was radiant. It was at least twice as strong as before. In just 3 short days, his soul had improved so much. The effects were truly astonishing. But as time went on, the effect became worse and worse, as if his soul had already gotten used to the burning of the fire of Mara. With the improvement of his soul, Lu Ming felt his mind become much clearer. Even his perception seemed to have improved. The soul was the foundation of a person. It's been 3 days, it's about time. Any later and this opportunity will be snatched away by others. Lu Ming said to Bone Devil. In these 3 days, Bone Devil had absorbed a large amount of Azura flames. The Azura flames in this abyss were almost completely absorbed by Bone Devil. At least 80% of it had been absorbed. Bone Devil had undergone a great change. His bones had become smoother and brighter, looking very solid. Especially in his eye sockets, there were 2 balls of flames dancing like 2 small suns. Obviously, Bone Devil's harvest this time was great. Good, let's go. There seems to be a passage in front. Bone Devil said. Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew back into Lu Ming's forehead, hiding in the frightening feather painting. Lu Ming walked towards one side of the abyss. Soon, he saw a wall. Under the wall, there was a cave. It was a passage. Lu Ming stepped into the passage. Strangely enough, when Lu Ming stepped into the passage, the Azura flames completely disappeared. It had been isolated by some kind of energy. Lu Ming increased his speed and rushed along the passage. Careful! Bone Devil suddenly warned him. At the same time, Lu Ming also felt a powerful pressure coming from the side. At the same time, he heard a fierce whistling sound. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he retreated. With a bang, a sword slashed at the place where Lu Ming had just stepped. Boom! Following that, a 3-meter-tall figure appeared not far from Lu Ming. A puppet. Lu Ming's gaze changed. This was clearly a puppet made of bronze. It held a bronze sword and coldly stared at Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Following that, more and more bronze puppets appeared on both sides of the passage. They seemed to have directly charged out of the passage's walls. There were a total of 18 of them, and they coldly stared at Lu Ming. Come! Lu Ming clenched his hand, and the tyrant god spear appeared. At the same time, he activated the battle art. As if sensing Lu Ming's battle intent, 2 of the bronze puppets took a step forward. The ground rumbled, and their 3-meter-tall figures charged at Lu Ming. Their 2-meter-long bronze swords slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished the tyrant god spear and swept it out, colliding with the 2 bronze swords. Buzz! The tyrant god spear violently vibrated, and Lu Ming felt a terrifying energy charge at him. Lu Ming couldn't help retreating 2 steps. It's so strong. Lu Ming's face changed. The strength of the 2 bronze puppets was shockingly strong. Without a doubt, they were peak divine kings. However, their strength was so strong that an ordinary peak divine king would probably be killed in 1 strike. Swoosh! After the 2 bronze puppets repelled Lu Ming, they didn't stop attacking and continued to charge at Lu Ming. Fortunately, the passage wasn't big. At most, there could only be 3 or 4 bronze puppets attacking at the same time. However, there was a huge problem for Lu Ming, and that was that he couldn't use his ancient god body. The passage here was at most 10 meters tall, and his ancient god body couldn't be used at all. If he really used it, he would probably be squeezed to death. With a boom, Lu Ming's aura became stronger. He successfully activated the battle art. His strength increased by 5 times, and he swung his spear twice, clashing with the bronze swords. However, this time, Lu Ming didn't retreat and successfully blocked the attacks of the 2 bronze puppets. Following that, Lu Ming launched a counterattack. The tyrant god's spear vibrated, and a long spear river appeared, enveloping the 2 bronze puppets. Countless small spear lights bombarded the bronze puppets, but something happened that made Lu Ming's face change. Those spear lights bombarded the bronze puppets' bodies, producing clanking sounds, but the bronze puppets were unharmed. They didn't break through the defense. What a shocking defense! Lu Ming frowned. At this moment, it seemed that the 2 bronze puppets had fallen below, and another 2 bronze puppets charged over. A total of 4 bronze puppets waved their bronze swords, splitting the long spear river. Chapter 3457. 4 bronze puppets charged towards Lu Ming, breaking through the long river of spear Dao and slashing down towards Lu Ming. Come out! Lu Ming's heart stirred and the void-shattering sword flew out. In a flash, it appeared beside a bronze puppet and slashed down. With a clang, the void-shattering sword was repelled and only a shallow mark was left on the bronze puppet's body. The void-shattering sword won't work either. Lu Ming muttered as he retreated, dodging the attacks of the bronze puppets. However, the 4 bronze puppets chased after him relentlessly. I can't use the ancient god body here, so I can only activate the power of the Overlord God Spear. Lu Ming muttered, and then his divine power erupted. The Overlord God Spear trembled slightly and erupted with a terrifying power. The power of the Overlord God Spear after severing the shackles was completely stimulated by Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust his spear towards a bronze puppet, deflecting the opponent's battle sword and piercing the bronze puppet's chest. Boom! The Overlord God Spear's power erupted, and the bronze puppet's chest exploded, creating a large hole. Its body was also sent flying. It's broken. Lu Ming was overjoyed. As long as he could break through the opponent's defense, he could defeat them. Then, the wind-extinguishing boots appeared and merged with Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged the attacks of several bronze puppets. Then, he swept his spear and heavily struck a bronze puppet's body. The bronze puppet was sent flying and crashed into the wall of the passage, creating a violent explosion. The place where he was struck by the long spear also exploded, and his body was almost split into two. Then, Lu Ming's spear continuously swept out, bombarding several puppets. These puppets were sent flying one after another. However, these puppets were not crippled. After being sent flying, they struggled to get up and charged towards Lu Ming. But after a while, he was sent flying again. Furthermore, Lu Ming was attacking the same spot where he had attacked previously. After 2 consecutive attacks, the bronze puppet finally could not take it anymore. There was a huge hole in its chest that was penetrated from the front to the back. It staggered a few times and fell to the ground. The other was struck by the tyrant god's spear twice in a row. His body was split into 2 and he was crippled. The other 2 weren't any better. 4 of the bronze puppets were crippled, but the other bronze puppets continued to attack Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion rang out in this tunnel. A moment later, the place was filled with a pile of broken bronze. The 18 bronze puppets were all defeated. Following that, Lu Ming continued to move forward. On the road behind him, Lu Ming would be attacked by bronze puppets from time to time. However, after the tyrant god's spear severed a shackle, its attack power was astonishing and it destroyed these puppets one by one. Lu Ming had traveled for roughly 1,000 miles and destroyed at least 100 bronze puppets. Finally, Lu Ming made it through the tunnel and arrived at a platform. In front of the platform, there was a flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs was a stone door. The stone door was incomparably tall, tens of thousands of miles high. Even if Lu Ming transformed into a gold-armored ancient god, he still couldn't compare. I'm almost at the end. Where does this stone door lead to? Lu Ming was very curious. He walked up the stairs and arrived at the stone door. He pushed with all his strength, but the stone door didn't budge at all. Boom! Lu Ming activated the battle character art and transformed into a gold-armored ancient god body. He continued to push with all his strength, but it still didn't budge. I don't believe it. Break for me. Lu Ming condensed the tyrant god's spear and attacked the stone door. The stone door only trembled slightly, but there wasn't a single mark on it. Even when Lu Ming activated the tyrant god's spear's full power, he still didn't leave a single mark on it. I can't open it at all. It seems this path is different. I can only go back and return to the abyss. Lu Ming was speechless. He had spent so much effort, but he had actually taken a dead end. No, there's writing here. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw a stone tablet at the bottom right of the stone door. However, the stone tablet was too small. Compared to the stone door, it was just a tiny bit. Lu Ming had overlooked it before. Lu Ming undid his ancient god body and returned to his normal state. He walked in front of the stone tablet. Place all the puppets under the stone door. The door will open. There was only one line of words on the stone tablet. All the puppets? Are they the puppets I defeated before? Lu Ming muttered. He quickly used his movement technique and returned to where he came from. Fortunately, those puppets were still there. They had been torn apart by Lu Ming and were scattered all over the passage. Lu Ming hurriedly took out an empty storage ring and put all the puppet remains into the storage ring. After returning to where he came from and putting away all the puppet remains, Lu Ming returned to the door. With a wave of his hand, all of the puppet corpses fell to the ground below the gate. The gate immediately began to move, and a ray of light spread out, enveloping the puppet corpses. The puppet corpses then flew into the gate and disappeared. It can't be recycling, right? Lu Ming muttered. He guessed that it really was recycling. Once these puppet remains were collected, it wouldn't be long before another group of lively bronze puppets appeared in that passage. Crack. Finally, a sound came from the door, and it slowly opened. Lu Ming looked over and was startled. Behind the door was a huge mountain. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and charged out. He immediately found himself at the peak of the mountain. Boom! 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 Lu Ming heard intense rumbling as soon as he appeared on the mountain. It was as if there was an intense battle going on around the mountain. What's going on? Let's go and have a look. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and went to the side of the mountain. He looked down. There was a path that stretched from the foot of the mountain to the top. Lu Ming saw a group of people fighting with a group of strange wild beasts. Feng Qingxue. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The person in front of the group was a beautiful woman. She was Feng Qingxue, ranked second on the Divine King list. Many wild beasts attacked them from all directions. These wild beasts looked like divine dragons, but Lu Ming could tell that they were not divine dragons, but dragon beasts. There were all kinds of dragon beasts, including flood dragons, savage dragons, demonic dragons, and so on. These dragon beasts were very similar to divine dragons. They were covered in scales and had only 4 claws on their abdomens. They roared and attacked Feng Qingxue and the other geniuses. Feng Qingxue was very strong. She held a long sword in her hand. Every time she slashed, a dragon beast would be killed. Blood stained the hillside. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He saw something strange. After the dragon beasts died, a wisp of blood chi flew to the top of the mountain from each dragon beast. Although it was only a wisp, 100 times thinner than a strand of hair, Lu Ming still noticed it. Every dragon beast had a wisp of blood chi flying to the top of the mountain. Chapter 34:58. Feng Qingxue was very strong, but the mountain was very big, and there were countless dragon beasts. The dragon beasts kept charging at Feng Qingxue. Feng Qingxue wanted to climb to the top, but it was very slow. She had to kill many dragon beasts before she could move 10 meters forward. Every time a dragon was killed, a wisp of blood chi would fly to the top of the mountain. Lu Ming followed the blood chi and finally found an altar in the middle of the mountain. All the blood chi was flying toward the altar. Lu Ming walked over and found a drop of blood floating in the middle of the altar. All the blood chi was gathered in this drop of blood. Roar! As soon as Lu Ming approached, a loud roar could be heard from the blood. A vast and rich ancient aura surged toward him, filled with terrifying oppression. It was as if it was high and mighty, the ancestor of all life. It wanted to make people kneel down and submit to it. The blood of the primordial divine spirit. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was sure that it was the blood of the primordial divine spirit. It turned out that the blood of the primordial divine spirit did not just exist. It gathered the power of the blood chi. Lu Ming understood that the blood of the primordial divine spirit had probably spread out and evolved into countless dragon beasts that were scattered all over the mountain. The dragon beasts that Feng Qingxue had killed earlier had a trace of the blood of the primordial divine spirit in them. After killing the dragon beasts, the power of the blood would be absorbed by the altar and gathered here, eventually becoming a drop of blood of the primordial divine spirit. At this moment, it seemed that a lot of blood chi had gathered. Roar! Roar! The roars of the dragon beasts could be heard from all directions, as well as the sounds of a great battle. Lu Ming walked in another direction and discovered another path. A group of elites was fighting with the dragon beasts. The young man at the front was the leader of 6 Min Mountain, who ranked 3rd on the Divine King list. Just like Feng Qingxue, every time they killed a dragon, a wisp of blood chi would gather at the altar and become a part of the drop of blood. Following which, Lu Ming came to another direction. There was another road and a group of youths was charging forward with all their might. The person in front was also a mountain lord. Lu Ming stood at the top of the mountain and circled around. He found a total of 9 paths, each of which was filled with fighting. This fellow Murong Qiu Shui, he really is powerful. On a road, Lu Ming found Murong Qiu Shui. Murong Qiu Shui was very strong and was far ahead. He was already halfway up the mountain, and the number of dragon beasts that had died at his hands was innumerable. 9 flying daggers circled around his body. Every time they flew out, a dragon beast would be killed. He kept pushing forward. Not only were the people on this path incomparable to him, but even on other paths, such as Fengqing Xue and the others, there was a certain gap between them and him. Climbing this mountain is like a test. Lu Ming finally understood. There were a total of 9 paths on this mountain. The geniuses who had come here would head to the top of the mountain from these 9 paths. They killed their way up, and the bloodlines of the dragons that were killed would be gathered together to form the blood of the original gods. Whoever reached the top of the mountain first would be able to obtain the blood of the primordial god. It seems like now is not the time to take the primordial god's blood. The more dragon beast bloodlines gathered, the better. I should wait. These people would never dream that I would already be at the top of the mountain. It seems like Murong Qiu Shui will be the first to reach the top. I wonder what kind of expression he will have when he reaches the top and sees me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. He was looking forward to it. Lu Ming silently waited at the top of the mountain. Murong Qiu Shui and the others did not notice that there was an extra person at the top of the mountain. Time slowly passed and Murong Qiu Shui became braver as he fought, slowly approaching the top of the mountain. The others were also fighting with all their strength, using all their methods. They wanted to be the first to reach the top and obtain the primordial god's blood. As more and more dragon beasts were killed, more and more blood was gathered. The drop of primordial god's blood became more and more resplendent, and the ancient aura became stronger and stronger. Lu Ming couldn't help being shocked. At the same time, his eyes burned with passion. If he could refine this drop of primordial god's blood, his primordial god's body would change. He would be able to refine his own drop of primordial god's blood, and his primordial god's body would enter another level. After half an hour, Murong Qiu Shui's body was covered in blood as he finally reached the top of the mountain. It's about time, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Then he arrived beside the drop of primordial god's blood and reached out to grab it. Roar! A fierce roar came from the primordial god's blood, just like a dragon's roar. That's right, Lu Ming could see a very small dragon inside this drop of primordial god's blood. It was roaring at Lu Ming. A strong repulsive force repelled Lu Ming, preventing Lu Ming from approaching. You still want to resist? It's just a drop of blood, come in for me. Lu Ming roared and forcefully grabbed it, wanting to put it into his storage ring. Roar, roar, roar. Instantly, a fierce roar came from the primordial god's blood. It resounded through the clouds and shook the entire mountain. What's going on? Why is there a fierce roar coming from the top of the mountain? Has someone already reached the top? Damn, it must be Murong Qiu Shui. Fengqing Xue and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. But they did not know that Murong Qiu Shui's face was even uglier. He had not reached the top yet, so why was there such a loud roar coming from the top? What was going on? Had someone reached the top before him? Impossible. Murong Qiu Shui angrily roared. He did not believe that someone could reach the top before him. Kill! He roared and wildly attacked. The dragons in front of him were killed one after another. At this moment, Lu Ming's hand was getting closer and closer to the primordial god's blood. Just as he was about to grab it, the drop of primordial god's blood suddenly wriggled and turned into a small sharp sword. With a slash, it cut open Lu Ming's hand. Then it merged with Lu Ming's blood and drilled into Lu Ming's body. It directly drilled into my body. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He wanted to put it away and slowly refine it. How did it merge with his blood and enter his body? Lu Ming. At this moment, an angry and unbelievable roar rang out. Murong Qiu Shui had rushed to the top of the mountain and saw Lu Ming put away the primordial god's blood. His eyes opened wide and filled with disbelief. Wasn't Lu Ming pushed into the abyss filled with the demon flame? Why wasn't he dead yet? And he had reached the top of the mountain before him? What was going on? Then, he saw the door, and in an instant, he understood. There was another way to reach this place. It turned out that his life and death struggle had all been for nothing. It had all been taken advantage of by Lu Ming. He almost spat out blood and went crazy. Chapter 34:59. Murong Qiu Shui was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were filled with pain. It was as disgusting as eating a dead rat. He had planned everything and fought to the death, but in the end it had all been taken advantage of by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, die for me. Murong Qiu Shui angrily roared as his handsome face twisted. With a roar, he charged at Lu Ming. But Lu Ming was already prepared. His figure flashed as he charged through the door. He never thought that the moment he charged through the door would quickly close. It closed so quickly that Murong Qiu Shui did not even have time to charge through. Murong Qiu Shui, I have to thank you for this. If it wasn't for you pushing me into the abyss of the demon flame, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the primordial divine blood so easily. Lu Ming stood behind the door as he spoke with a smile of disdain. As soon as his voice fell, the door also closed with a kacha sound. Hong. On the other side, Murong Qiu Shui wildly charged forward, slamming his fist into the door. The door made a loud sound, but there was not a single mark left on it. Damn! Murong Qiu Shui angrily roared as his face turned fierce. 9 throwing knives appeared and kept slashing at the door, but it was no use at all. There was not a single mark on the door. Lu Ming, I will definitely cut you into 10,000 pieces. Murong Qiu Shui angrily roared as his killing intent reached its peak. Not long after, a figure flashed and Feng Qing Shui appeared at the top of the mountain. Murong Qiu Shui, it seems like the primordial divine blood has been taken by you. Feng Qing Shui stared at Murong Qiu Shui with sparkling eyes. Bullshit, the primordial divine blood is with Lu Ming. That brat came out of the door and stole the primordial divine blood. Murong Qiu Shui angrily roared. Lu Ming? Feng Qing Shui was stunned. She had heard Murong Qiu Shui's roar before, but she suspected that Murong Qiu Shui was acting. He had clearly obtained it, but he was framing Lu Ming to prevent others from stealing it from him. But seeing Murong Qiu Shui's wild and angry expression, it didn't seem fake or like he was faking it. Rumble. Suddenly, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. The ground rumbled and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. Looks like we're about to leave now that we've obtained the primordial divine blood. Feng Qingxue said. This was clearly a passageway out. Once the primordial divine blood was obtained, many places would have this kind of vortex appear. As long as there were people, it would appear and send all living people out. Go out and kill Lu Ming. So what if he has the primordial divine blood? I want him dead. Murong Qiu Shui gave an angry roar and charged into the sky, charging into the vortex. The others also rushed into the whirlpool and left. However, Lu Ming did not leave because the primordial divine blood in his body was acting up. The door closed, and before he could even take a few steps, the primordial divine blood rushed through his body and almost pierced through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop and use the ancient god tactic to refine the drop of blood. The primordial divine blood contained a shocking amount of energy. It turned into waves of energy and flowed through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming crazily tried to refine it. Pai li pa la. Strange sounds kept coming out of his body. Every bone and muscle in his body was mutating and advancing to a terrifying realm. Puchi. Suddenly, a crack appeared on Lu Ming's body and blood spurted out. What's going on? Lu Ming's face changed. More and more cracks appeared on his body and blood kept flowing out. Not only that, but his muscles were also wriggling crazily. Cracks were also appearing all over his body. Even his bones were trembling. Some parts of his body had even broken. Lu Ming's body seemed to be breaking away from his control and heading toward destruction. It's the ancient god tactic. There's a problem with the ancient god tactic. Lu Ming quickly found the problem. It was the ancient god tactic that was causing his body to break apart. Damn it, the ancient god body that I bought was tampered with. Some parts of it were changed. Lu Ming roared in his heart. The complete ancient god tactic must have been tampered with. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been able to tell. However, there were some parts of it that Lu Ming would not be able to tell if the order was slightly changed. The slightest difference could lead to a huge error. The difference of a single word could lead to a huge mistake. In fact, when Lu Ming broke through from the 7th transformation to the 8th transformation, there would have been a huge problem. He would have exploded and died. However, the light that Lu Ming had obtained in Fengyun Mountain was too magical. He had ignored the cultivation method and forcefully pushed the ancient god body to the 9th transformation. But now, when breaking through to the next level, the drawbacks were finally revealed. Lu Ming's divine body was about to disintegrate. Puchi. Kacha. Lu Ming's body was constantly cracking. His muscles were constantly tearing apart, and his bones were breaking. A terrifying energy was rampaging. Lu Ming was unwilling to accept this. He wanted to control his body, but he found that he was completely unable to. His body was gradually disintegrating. In the end, he would definitely die. Damn it! Lu Ming roared. It had not been easy for him to reach this step. He was unwilling to fall just like this. He used all his strength to resist, but it was useless. Bone Devil, do you have any ideas? Also, Rock Spirit, Old Liang. Lu Ming transmitted to Bone Devil and the others. But there was only silence. Bone Devil and the others were also helpless in this situation. Seeing Lu Ming in danger, that drop of primordial god blood was no longer restrained. It became even more unrestrained and rushed toward Lu Ming's head. Roar! At this critical moment, dragon roars came from every corner of Lu Ming's body. Then, 9 divine dragons appeared in Lu Ming's meridians. 9 nine-clawed dragons. It's the blood essence of 9 dragons. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had once refined 9 drops of blood essence of 9 dragons. The blood essence was not ordinary blood. In the past, the blood essence of 9 dragons had merged with his blood. But now, it appeared again. It turned into 9 dragons and rushed toward the drop of primordial god blood. With a swoosh, the 9 dragons rushed into the drop of primordial god blood. Roar! There was originally a small divine dragon in the drop of primordial god blood. Now, it was fighting fiercely with the 9 dragons. In the end, the 9 dragons were stronger. After all, the 9 dragons had merged with Lu Ming. This was the main battlefield of the 9 dragons. It contained Lu Ming's will. The 9 nine-clawed dragons tore the divine dragon apart. Then, the drop of primordial god blood divided into 9 parts and flew toward Lu Ming's limbs and bones. The 9 parts of primordial god blood merged with Lu Ming's blood and spread to his muscles and bones. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt numb and itchy. Then, his body recovered at an astonishing speed. His muscles and bones trembled, and those cracks quickly mended together, becoming whole again, perfect and flawless.